Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for waking up at this time on this very rainy morning to give feedback on work in progress that I'm really very happy to share with you today. And I've decided to talk about a book manuscript project that I'm currently working on quite frantically. And it's for a book contract with Penguin, which of course means that the book has to address an audience, a broad audience, a broad readership that is not necessarily academic. So that I think has been a major challenge for me, but also a great pleasure for me to write in this very different way. So it's a book about cinema, and it draws on critical theory, but it is written in a style and a manner that is accessible to a broader, not necessarily academic audience. Um, so what you see on your screen right now, this is the architecture of the book. You can see that I look at documentary films and also feature films. And what I like to do this morning is to three things. One is to give you a broad sense of the theoretical scaffolding of the book. Secondly, I'll give you a list very quickly of the films that are analyzed in each of these chapters. And thirdly, most importantly, which I'll spend the most time on, I will actually read to you excerpts from the part of the book that uh, performs a close analysis of a 2019 Korean film called Parasite, which I think most of you, if not all of you, will have seen or at least know about. So the book begins with the question, what is wrong with our world today? And this is really the motivating question of the book. And I limit my answer to three things: poverty, inequality, and environmental destruction. But in a very specific context of 21st century neoliberal globalization. And to understand this contemporary condition that we are in, I reconstruct three theoretical trajectories. The first, you can loosely think of as a liberal trajectory, Fukuyama drawing on the work of Plato and Hegel in order to set up a kind of liberal progressive history that points towards capitalist liberal democracy. And more recent work by people like Steven Pinker, very empirical work that draws on a lot of data in order to make the claim that the world we live in today has never been, is the most prosperous and peaceful it has ever been in history. So a very optimistic liberal vision of history. And then this optimism is matched by what I want to think of as a kind of Marxist trajectory of a critique, particularly directed at social justice. Right? So pointing out the deep structural inequalities, exploitation, and the socially unjust nature of our contemporary world. And thirdly, a theoretical trajectory that I loosely call civic republican. Perhaps that's not the best way of describing it, but really drawing on the idea that democracy and the public sphere have been degraded by the modern colonizing logic of administration as well as the market, right? This obsession with the market. So these three lenses I sort of reconstruct in order to understand the contemporary experience. And then what I do with neoliberal globalization is to draw out its antithesis, which I describe as the emergence and the re-emergence of authoritarian populism. So these two things exist in dialectical tension with each other. And within this tension, we observe very frequently the emergence of moral panic. So this is the classic idea of moral panic, which we know has a lot to do with media amplification. And part of that media space, of course, is cinema. So I've chosen to analyze films that have been produced in the 21st century, so in the last 20 years or so, films that purport to enlighten us about our undemocratic conditions of social injustice, and films that have something to say about how we might emancipate ourselves from these conditions, but all the while being very aware of how these films are themselves the product of these conditions that they purport to criticize, right? So there's a kind of contradiction there. So what are the films? Well, I'll very quickly show you It's a chapter on Michael Moore's very performative documentaries. It's a chapter of films and documentaries that explain um, Wall Street, the greed that drives it, bailouts, and the repercussions of this economic and social crisis. There's a chapter on our environment, focusing particularly on the climate crisis. And then there's a chapter on how inequality, poverty, revolution are narrated in films, these 4 films from different parts of the world, all in 2019. A chapter on looking at the psychosis and the narcissism of capitalism or capitalists themselves, which is very interestingly presented in the cinematic figure of the zombie. So I look at a lot of zombie films from around the world, including several from Southeast Asia. And then there's a chapter on revolutionary heroism and what that sort of looks like in cinema. All right, so now let me get to the main part, which is to sort of read you excerpts from this film, Parasite. The genre-ambiguous and tone-shifting film Parasite portrays parts of the Korean working class as an exploited underclass of impoverished and ignored people, banished to the city's underbelly. They are depicted as grifters, cunning enough to outsmart and at times even confidently dominate their social superiors in a world painted in the most cynical colors. Quite unlike virtuous East Asian models of meritocracy, where talent and hard work are conscientiously identified and rewarded with upward mobility, prestige, and leadership positions, the world of Parasite is based on a realist view that winning can only really be the result of successful scheming, cheating, and manipulation in a world that is patently unfair, where the rich get richer and the poor more distant from anything even remotely like an equal opportunity. This is economic Darwinism at its most grotesque. The line between exploited and exploiter, between victim and villain, is unclear. Everyone turns out to be monstrous, each one a parasite that feeds selfishly and greedily on others in this socially interdependent ecosystem in which tragedy emerges in the most unexpected and spectacular ways, with nobody really winning in the end. Now, Parasite plays on the parallels between social and spatial verticality. The Kim family are part of an underclass that literally inhabits bug-infested basement apartments beneath upper-class homes. With no means of their own, the underclass lives parasitically off the well-to-do families upstairs. Unable to pay their telephone bills, for instance, the Kims mooch off their upstairs neighbor's Wi-Fi. Parasite presents the upper class world in a fully elaborated form. In fact, the primary site of class struggle. The wealthy and successful Park family live in a large modern home designed by a famous architect. In stark contrast to the Kim basement home, which is subterranean, cramped, messy, and smelly, the Park home sits high-walled and elevated on a hill, bathed in sunlight and surrounded by a beautiful garden. The many staircases and open spaces of the sophisticated interior evoke the feel of rising, reflecting the upward mobility and elevated status of the successful in Korean society. In this gracefully designed interior, people move elegantly and are moved by the spirit of creativity. All, of course, upper middle class affectations that obscure the injuries inflicted by neoliberal globalization that have made all of this beauty possible. Everywhere, there are ostentatious markers of success and wealth, from the family portraiture to insignia of achievement. Nathan, the young and virile patriarch of the Park family, is an award-winning innovator in the world of augmented reality and high-tech gaming. The industry is an example of a larger trend known as the Fourth Industrial Revolution, where data, artificial intelligence, and automation have started to disrupt the traditional economy, making many jobs obsolete and putting many people including those from the middle class, out of work. Now, reputation and public image are of great importance to the Parks, fueling their vanity and sense of entitlement. Now, the West is a powerful signifier of high-class status. The Parks' elitism is derived from a stylized idea of rugged, affluent, and liberal America in the Korean social imaginary, shaped by a complex historical and geopolitical relationship that has evolved since the Korean War in the 1950s. The Native American motive is interesting in the parallels that can be found between European settlers who brutally took possession of lands belonging to the First Nations in America, and the ways in which economic development and neoliberal globalization have transformed traditional and indigenous Korean culture and community, sometimes brutally. Quite ironically, the privileged Park family can afford to appropriate the stereotyped imagery of a subjugated indigenous people, victimized and debased by a foreign power so admired by the Korean elite. Now, the Native American reference here also foreshadows the violent revolutionary ending of the film, when conquered and immiserated people attempt to rise up forcefully and reclaim their dignity, but end up with more deaths on their side. The film makes clear that the elite and the working class live parasitically off each other in essentially interdependent ways. Elite families like the Parks need the services of working class people to make their lives functional and comfortable, but they are disdainful towards this class. A number of times in the film, Nathan and Yeonggyo, who make casual reference to the offensive odor of working class people. They try to describe it to each other as the smell of a basement, an old radish, a boiled rag, or the special smell of people who ride the subway. Later, while riding in their car and unable to tolerate the body odor of Kite, who by this time has connived to become the family driver, Yeonggyo covers her nose and rolls down the window in disgust. Throughout the scene, the details of Kitek's facial expression reveal years of humiliation and pent-up anger over both small and large indignities with which the lower classes have had to put up for all of their lives. While much of the film is about how the upper class look down on the impoverished working class, living parasitically in their metaphorical and sometimes literal basements, the film also offers a bleak perspective on the prospect for social mobility and meritocracy, which is commonly held up as an organizing principle of East Asian societies, among which Korea is considered the most Confucianist. The Kims are a family of quick-witted people who find themselves at the bottom of the social ladder after losing employment in an economic downturn. Hitek says, an opening for a security guard position attracts 500 university graduates. So in a country that prioritizes education, even a university degree is no guarantee of success. The Kims begin their vigorous ascent into the upper class world through a series of confidence traits that play on the dependency that the wealthy have developed on lower class labor. Now, disempowered by a deeply unequal society, the Kims possess only what James C. Scott calls the weapons of the weak, the little acts of resistance that in this case include seduction, flattery, adaptability, strategic thinking, deceptiveness, and superior acting skills. While some social mobility may be achieved through guile and dishonesty, exploiting a basic dependency that the elite have on the working class, the film also highlights how the Kims show no compunction about stepping on other members of the working class in order to rise up. Moral solidarity and collective action against exploitation are difficult to achieve among workers who compete with one another just to survive. Here is the economic Darwinism that prevents the exploited from working together as a class to overcome the exploiters. Instead, the exploited are themselves the exploiters. Now, the storm is one of the most symbolically important moments in the film. To the Parks, the storm is little more than an inconvenience that puts an end to the extravagant glamping trip to celebrate the birthday of their youngest son. In fact, from the comfort of their living room, they can sit back and enjoy watching through their glass walls the cleansing and therapeutic effect of rain. For the Kims and other poor families in their neighborhood, the torrential rains flood their basement apartments with sewage, destroying most of what little they possess. The struggle to bail out the water from their home is futile. In one of the most poignant scenes, sewage shoots out of their toilet bowl as Jessica helplessly and calmly sits on on the toilet cover, smoking her last cigarette. Now, in the aftermath, the poor families gather in a community shelter, their homes and possessions severely damaged. In contrast, the Parks decide to organize an impromptu garden party after the storm. Kevin and Jessica are invited to the party, and their parents are summoned to the park residence to prepare for the elaborate event. As Chung Suk single-handedly labors to set up the garden furniture, Nathan tells her to do it quietly as his little boy is still asleep. Whether it is the Asian financial crisis of '97 or the COVID-19 pandemic that broke out shortly after the film's release, crisis affects the different classes in profoundly different ways. Now, the climax of the film occurs during the party, which is organized to celebrate Dasong's birthday. However, the party is completely disrupted by the emergence of Gyun Se, a man who has been hiding for about 4 years in the park's secret bunker below the basement, unbeknownst to anyone other than his wife, Moon Kwang, who was replaced as the original housekeeper. Yun-se knocks Kevin unconscious, kills Jessica just as she is bringing in the cake, and then attempts to kill Chung-suk, who narrowly escapes death by stabbing Yun-se with a meat skewer. In his dying moments, he salutes Nathan, exclaiming, "Respect." But Nathan simply pushes him aside to retrieve his car keys trapped under his dying body. Kitek is triggered when he notices Nathan covering his nose in disgust at Gunse's smell and stabs him to death, escaping into the secret basement where he remains hidden from everyone. Gunse is a very important figure in the film. He was a failed businessman who fell into deep indebtedness and did not qualify for the national pension. Now, the film's political economic context often refers to the austerity of a neoliberal government's propensity for social disinvestment, even in a time of national crisis. Unable to repay loan sharks, he needed to hide to save his life. In the womb-like safety of the hidden basement, he is infantilized and actually behaves like a child. In fact, like a prisoner with great respect and affection for his jailer. Ginsei operates the automatic lighting in the house by banging his head against the switches. He also uses the same mechanism to send Nathan signals of praise and gratitude in Morse code. At the end of each message, Ginsei ritually salutes the family and exclaims, "Respect." Right? The Parks are completely unaware of any of this, and they think that the lights come on due to electronic motion sensors. The ideology of respecting superiors and their sense of entitlement becomes so ingrained in the material world of the upper class that they hardly notice the extent of labor that goes into making their comfortable lives possible. This is what feminist scholar Peggy McIntosh, referring to American society, called privilege, a hidden structure of advantage that the elite enjoy, often without having earned it or even being conscious of it. Hiding for so many years in the deepest basement, unknown to almost everyone, Gyunse is the horrifically primal object of exploitation. He was a contributor to Korean society's meteoric rise from post-war abject poverty to sterling economic success as an Asian tiger economy. Once also a beneficiary of this success, in neoliberal times, he has become its victim. Losers in meritocratic society are sometimes put on display in order to magnify the success of the winners, and to serve as a warning to others against indolence and complacency. But losers whose visible presence assaults the legitimacy of meritocracy by showing up its injustice and inhumanity are instead repressed, hidden away in the unconscious parts of society so that it can get on with neoliberal life, pretending to others and to themselves that nothing is wrong. So Austrian founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, famously introduced the modern concept of the unconscious mind, where unpleasant or unacceptable thoughts, feelings, desires, and memories are repressed and thus eliminated from consciousness. But what has been repressed in these sub-basements of the mind remain influential, always threatening to return. The ghost, that Dasong, the spoiled child who represents the future of neoliberal elitism, the ghost that he encounters in his moment of trauma, is in fact Yun-Se, who emerged momentarily from hiding in the middle of the night. The casualties and cruelty of neoliberalism, repressed into the unconscious of the wealthy, successful, and powerful elite, continue to haunt their affluent and comfortable world. And at some tipping point, they might actually return violently. And so Yun-Se, who stands for an exploitative society's unconscionable yet forgotten guilt and shame, emerges violently from the hidden basements of society's consciousness and takes revenge of the most gruesome kind. The film ends with Kiwoo dreaming about achieving wealth and success in his society, buying the Park's house and releasing his father from the secret basement where he continues to hide from the authorities. Now, the fantasy of neoliberalism, that all that matters is that one should do whatever it takes to become rich in and through the system, is still powerful and ultimately unshatterable. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth.
So that's all I have to present, and I welcome any feedback.
You still have 10 minutes, so
Okay.
people in this room and also people on Zoom, you can ask questions by using this opportunity. Anyone here want to ask questions?
Thank you, Kenneth, for a fascinating presentation. I haven't seen this film, and now you could have encouraged me to see it, despite its really moribund theme.
Sorry, I can't see who's speaking. Oh, is it you, Daya?
Yes, it's there. Sorry, I should
Okay,
have.
yeah. Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Unshare the screen. Ask him to unshare the screen.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So the film seems very interesting. I would really like to see it, because the way you framed it in terms of excesses of neoliberalism is very interesting. But the book you are working on is fascinating, because it's not more purely academic, boring book, but much more interesting, exciting. I was just curious, of the 100 films and documentaries you've chosen, how many of these are non-Western, non-Hollywood, non-European? I mean, of course, you discussed one from South Korea, but how many others have you looked at in your study? Thank you. From non-Western world as well.
Yeah, thank you for that question. That I think the spirit of that question aligns with my own concern about a project like this. It is, and I'll admit it. It is very US centric for a number of reasons. Well, first of all, let me say there are a number of especially the zombie films. You find them from various parts of the world. So for some reason, the zombie figure, although it seems to be very historically specific, right, coming out of the sort of historical imaginary of the US slave trade, from the Haitian traditional practices, the practices of slavery, and then the very specific popular cultural tastes of the American audience. There's a specificity there. Nevertheless, in the last, I'd say 20, 30 years or so, the figure of the zombie has become very popular in the cinemas of many different parts of the world outside of the US. I suppose a reflection of how neoliberal globalization penetrates many different parts of the world, but also a reflection of the local cultural specificities of the place. So I've gathered together for the zombie chapter at least, several films about zombies in Singapore, in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and I think the most commercially successful ones, or two of them at least, were from Korea. Train to Busan being one, and #Alive being a second one, and they sort of interact with youth culture and so on and so forth. So for some of these, it's been easier to obtain good examples. So my criteria is within the 21st century, films that have a commercial reach, they've been successful enough for enough people to have seen them, and that they have a certain kind of critical acclaim and critical content, right? So given these criteria, for the zombie films, yes. For the documentaries on Wall Street, a lot of them were made with Wall Street specifically in their mind, right? So a lot of them appeared in the years of the global financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. And they were very specific in their intent to explain, and the explanation is important because one reason we had the global financial crisis originating in the practices of Wall Street was the inscrutability, the inscrutable nature of the products that Wall Street was producing, right? These derivatives, CDOs, subprime swaps, all of that went into the mystification of the working class sense of its finances. And so these films tended to try to explain it in the simplest way so people can understand what was going on and why, what is the nature of this injustice, right, and the crisis and so on. So a lot of the documentaries were very much focused on the specificities of the US origins of the global financial crisis. But I've also included, not many, but some of the films on the ecosystem, for instance. So there was a film from the UK that challenged many of the progressive claims that were made by a particular complex of the global warming activism, right? And UK being the UK, privileged the need to have multiple points of view. So there was a kind of a hegemony that was being created around the notion of climate change being real, that it's human-made and its effects are disastrous, right? So there's a hegemony forming around that. But the British media system privileged a certain kind of, let's hear all sides of the argument. So that's where you will find many of the deniers, the climate deniers, and documentaries around that. So I will say probably that as a book, I haven't systematically tried to establish equal representation of different parts of the globe in the depiction of poverty, inequality, and revolution, and so on. I have used what I've been able to find, and I've used films that I have access to also in the sense of language ability, right? So I haven't, for example, talked about feature films in China, from China and so on, which are obviously very important to this story. But I've limited my assessment of poverty and inequality along the lines of this neoliberal idea and the authoritarian populism that explains a big part of the world. And from those parts of the world, thankfully, I've been able to find enough documentaries and films that help me say something critical about that space. But I do acknowledge the limitation that there are many other things I could include. Either I don't understand them well enough or I can't find them.
Thank you, Kenneth. So anyone on Zoom want to, you can unmute yourself and seize this opportunity because, yeah, and here, anyone want to ask questions? Yeah, Winston, you want to ask question?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello, Vincent.
I think what Professor Dyer just said is because of the rich Bollywood tradition. And also, when you talk about slum and the poorer class, the slumdog millionaire, billionaire comes to mind. I think that's how this question comes from. What I would like to ask is, what do you see the role of movie during this period? Because obviously, with streaming and all that, it seems that movie took a different life form when documenting lives in general. How would you interpret that?
Yeah. Thanks for those two things. Yeah, I acknowledge the first one alongside many other parts of the globe that don't get represented in this book. Bollywood is certainly a huge body of work that speaks to the topic, but to which maybe I may have less of importance to say. So that's maybe a limitation on my part. The second question is very complex, right? It's like what first of all, what can movies actually do, generally speaking, but what can they do in the particular context that we're in, where it's not really about going into a womb-like space where we sit passively and images are kind of shown, projected in front of our faces in a platonic cave, as it were. So it's not that sort of structure of reception anymore, right? We're talking about people with devices streaming at all times and making their own active selections as to what they want to watch. And when they choose it, which parts of what they want to watch, right? So that's a much different kind of a co-production of meaning, I think, which actually serves very well the agenda of change-making film production, right? The sort of things that we've been seeing, particularly in the last 20 years, where celebrities get on board, they are producing, they are the narrators in documentaries, and they're producing pieces that also lend themselves much more easily to being, how do you say, being nuggeted into smaller parts that can be distributed, liked, shared, encouraged to go viral in the social media spaces. So what that amplifies, I think, the basic agenda of change oriented movie making, which in itself is a puzzle, right? So what can they possibly do? I mean, of course, it's naive to imagine that a film can change enough minds to change the world. But I think the basic idea is that enough films working in concert with their film producers, directors, and so on and so forth, functioning as a certain kind of public intellectual, right? The kind of work that provides intellectual leadership, helps to shape the discourse, so that we have a language for explaining our contemporary condition. We have a critical language for uncovering the hidden relations of power and asymmetries and exploitative practices that we may not even be aware of, right? And to help us to uncover the dots in the world and then to join them or to rejoin them in different ways so we see the world differently. That's a powerful mode of intervention that I think predisposes us culturally and emotionally to the kind of political change that's necessary for moving the world in more progressive directions. So I make no grand claims about movies leading to revolution, but I do say that movies have that ability to shape a generation's understanding and therefore predisposition to the possibility of change and their own efficacy in making that change. So I think that's sort of where I'm at, and how I problematize that is that these films and the social mediated modalities that they find themselves in these days are also the product of neoliberal capitalism, right? They are there to make money. They are there to, while they may oppose certain exploitative arrangements, they at the same time reinforce other exploitative dominating impulses within that system that makes these films commercially and critically profitable.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I think it's a good reminder that even scholars should not become a zombie. And as Rose said in her email, should go out and see the sun more.
Yes. Thank you so
That's right,
much.
because zombies infect other people, and one zombie creates many other zombies after that.
Okay, thank you, Dennis, and thank you.
Thank you so
Lisa.
much, Rose. Thank you,
Your
everyone.
Q&A just a very, very good start. And now we have Chair.
Okay, now for something completely different, but actually not that different, because the connection between Kenneth's presentation on film and mine on higher education is that it's zombies, of course. No, the connection is that I think just as Kenneth is looking at the connection between film and neoliberal globalization, I'm looking at international higher education and its place in the same big force of neoliberal globalization. Okay, does everyone online see this?
Yes.
Okay, great, excellent. So this is the second presentation in the journalism department that has really nothing to do with journalism, but that I think is a tribute to our department. You know, we accept all kinds of people on the fringe, like myself and friends. So, I have sort of sexily titled this, is this the Hong Kong's future? It really is, I don't really have that much to say about Hong Kong except at the very end. But really this is a look at academic freedom in Singapore. Last year, this report came out from a think tank called the Global Public Policy Institute, proposing an academic freedom index based on VDEM data. I'm not a fan of rankings, but most people are, so let me just jump to what the rankings say for Asian societies. You find in general, so this is the overall academic freedom index, which is made up of 5 different components: freedom to research and teach, academic exchange and dissemination, cultural expression. 2 that are not here are institutional autonomy and campus integrity. And overall, you'll find that the Taiwanese, the Koreans, the Japanese do very well in these rankings. Not surprisingly, China's near the bottom. Thailand very low too at the moment because of its military rule, essentially. Singapore closer to China than to Japan, yeah. And Hong Kong a little bit, but significantly above Singapore, yeah. These rankings you're going to hear a lot more of, and we're already hearing a lot more about how academic freedom should, for example, be factored into university rankings. And of course, there is a geopolitical element to this, right? So part of the campaign that we've seen over the last few years, really by the US, alarmed at the rise of China, is to look at ways in which China, even as it modernizes, even as its economic power grows, is deficient in many other ways. Yeah, and of course, it is one thing that is striking about university rankings that are done by QS and Times and so on, is that the Chinese universities actually do very well, despite their limited academic freedom. And so there are proposals to factor in academic freedom index into university rankings. This, I should say, is not the origin of my particular project, yeah? Because it may surprise some people, including in Singapore and critics around, to know that we Asians are perfectly capable of caring about academic freedom without any help from the West, right? So it wasn't that I'm not a CIA plant, in other words, right? So the origins of this project are instead come from a collaborative, a collective of Singaporean scholars that I've been working with in the last few years. Ian is a political scientist at NUS. Yuyen is a sociologist at NTU. Linda Lim, our guru, so to speak, is a business and economics professor in Michigan. We came together a few years ago really to organize the academic response to Singapore's impending fake news law, because we were very alarmed by what the fake news law would do to academic and intellectual freedom in Singapore. So we started coming together to address this threat. Of course, we completely failed. Right? The law is the law. But what we have done is to continue running this website, pushing for more openness and academic freedom in Singapore. So as part of that process, nothing to do with rankings, nothing to do with this battle between the US and China and so on, we've maintained this interest in academic freedom issues. Together with Ian, whom I mentioned earlier, and Shannon Ang, who's a younger sociologist at NTU, who I believe has actually joined our webinar. So hi Shannon. You can answer all the questions later. We've been working on a paper on the state of academic freedom in Singapore. And of course, one of the paradoxes that we want to address is, how is it that a system that we from personal experience know to be highly controlling, how is it possible that these universities in Singapore have very impressive world rankings? So both NUS and NTU are in the top 10, top 20. By the way, if you take these new recommendations to factor in academic freedom into international rankings, what you would see based on one proposal is that both universities would drop by about 10 to 20 places. So they will still be by far in the top 50, but no longer in the top 10 or top 20. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, we don't believe in rankings in the first place, so that whole discussion is not true, right? I want to share with you a survey that we did for this paper. I mean, we didn't originally start with the idea of the survey. We just wanted to base our paper on critical analysis of the environment that we knew. Yeah, but we thought, well, this has never been done, so let's give it a shot, right? So we have rolled out a survey of academics currently working in Singapore social science, humanities disciplines, including the professional schools like law and business. We had a better than expected response rate, about 10%, so about 200 respondents so far. What I'm presenting is actually not a complete accounting. I think more responses have actually come in since the graphs that I'm going to show you were put together. So this is not for citation or circulation. Please treat it as a work in progress. Let me just start by showing you some of the findings that we accumulated. The first one I thought was important because it addresses this precise point of whether academic freedom is just a Western concern. Yeah. So we asked academics in Singapore, do you agree with the statement that to meet the needs of the world around it, the university's teaching and research must be morally and intellectually independent of all political authority and economic power? This sentence actually comes from a UNESCO document from the 90s, I think, that is probably the most internationally well-known statement, global statement on academic freedom. And you'll find that more than 90% of Singapore academics believe this, right? We did ask the respondents whether they're Singaporean or foreign, and we found no significant difference. Whether you're Singaporean working in a Singapore university or foreigner working in Singapore university, there's a very strong belief that for the university to serve its role, it needs to be independent of political authority and economic power. Yeah. So that's the normative position. What is the actual position? Well, we asked them, have you felt free to pursue your preferred research area and broad agenda? Not surprisingly, because we also asked them, do you consider the work you do to be politically sensitive? Yeah. For those who answered that their work wasn't politically sensitive, 9 in 10 said, yes, we feel free. Yeah. The proportion fell to just 3/4 among those who consider their work politically sensitive. In other words, about 1/4 of respondents say that they don't feel free. Yeah. We also asked whether they're tenured or not tenured. A little bit of difference, not much. Not surprisingly, those with tenure feel a little freer. But that difference is not as great as the difference between those who consider their work to be political sensitive or not politically sensitive. We also want to know if they feel unfree, where are they getting the suspicion or the sense from? I think that's very important for censorship studies as a whole. And this did surprise me, yeah, because I would have expected, in my time, for example, if I were answering this in my time, I would have, which was not that long ago, about 10 years ago, right? At NTU, I would have said that I don't feel completely free because based on my reading of the political environment. But here what we have found is that, to me, a surprising number of respondents said that they had actually received signals from their superiors, which never once happened in my time. In 10 years at NTU, never once did. Maybe they should have, right? They should have told me, right? But not once did anyone from the president down to my department head ever tell me, look, you know, Sharon, what you're doing is crossing a line. Not once. Now it seems to be fairly routine, yeah. As well as advice from peers, yeah, that they're getting signals internally to be careful. This surprised me as well. I did not expect the number to be that high. Have you or scholars you know ever been told to modify the content of research findings or withdraw their research findings for administrative reasons? And what is it? 1/3 say they know of instances where research findings have had to be withdrawn or modified. We left it vague here. We say administrative, what we mean is non-academic reasons. So this is not to do with the academic quality not being high enough, it could be anything. So then subsequently we asked them, okay, do you accept the administrative reasons given to you for this intervention? 3/4 said no. Okay. But only 11% said yes. The rest either didn't want to answer or said no. So then we asked them, okay, so what do you think was the reason why you were asked to change or withdraw certain findings? Overwhelmingly, political sensitivity. Yeah, they could select more than one answer. I think as insiders in academia, we know that sometimes politics and personality mesh, which is why we asked this. Did it have anything to do with personal differences with someone in authority? Basically, your dean doesn't like you, right? and 1/4 said yes, it has to do with personal differences with someone in authority. But there's an overlap, right? So 90% say that it has to do with political and so on. We also wanted to know whether academics feel free to make an impact beyond academia. Yeah, and this is from personal experience. So we happen to know from even before we do the survey that this, in fact, is one of the red lines. Yeah, and so we were not too surprised by this. That if you are doing research that you consider politically sensitive, then almost half, practically half, say that no, they do not feel free to engage the wider public. Yeah. Even those who say they're not doing politically sensitive work, almost 1/3 of them say that they don't feel free to engage the wider public. So notice the difference, right? So this means that if you're not doing politically sensitive work, you may feel free to do the research, but some of them are still hesitant about sharing it with the public. And so they keep it within academic circles. Yeah. So that to me was interesting. And again, we asked them, okay, we don't feel free to engage the wider public, why? Here, interestingly, 1/4 said that their institution requires them to obtain permission for public engagement, for engaging in civil society or the press. 1/3 have supervisors who have hinted that we should be careful. So you can think of the first one, as a kind of almost a formal rule, perhaps circulated in memo or officially communicated in meetings. And the second one as more informal advice from supervisors. Then, of course, you have a very large number who say that just observing the political system, it's obvious to me that I have to be careful about engaging the public. Okay. This is also interesting. Do you feel free to invite guest speakers as you wish? So some of you may know that the reason why we knew we had to ask this question is because we have been victims of it ourselves, and I have twice been blocked from speaking after being invited by NUS. I've been stopped from speaking there. Yeah. So again, this didn't surprise us that 40% said no, we can't invite guest speakers as we wish. And when we asked why, more than half said that their institutions required them to obtain permission before inviting guest speakers. And almost half supervisors hinting that they should apply the permission. So what am I, just summarize with some key observations from, not only from the survey data, but qualitative comments that we received from our survey respondents, because we did end with an open-ended question, is there anything else you want to tell us? Yeah. As well as personal experiences, we're all are or have been insiders within the system. Yeah. So I think this first set of observations is very important for understanding how is it that the Singapore universities are sort of having having their cake and eating it too. How come, despite this level of political control, they still can be regarded as globally excellent? Yeah, but I think so. It's very important to recognize that this is not an Orwellian sort of totalitarian system of total thought control. Yeah, the vast majority of academics feel completely free to do whatever they want, simply because they're not working in sensitive areas. The controls are instead narrowly targeted, and therefore, as long as it's only affecting a small minority of academics, it's unlikely to have a major institutional impact on the health of higher education, as measured by international rankings and as measured by the Ministry of Education and so on. Of course, if you choose a different set of measures, like what is the contribution of universities to a country's intellectual life and so on, the universities may not do so well, but that isn't measured anyway. And so this system of narrow targeting of censorship actually allows the universities to continue to excel. Connected with that, I think there's strong evidence for the fact that that universities have pursued global excellence at the expense or along with a local hollowing. Yeah. Again, we know this from other anecdotal evidence as well. Yeah. Just to give you one data point that is not captured in the survey, but sort of empirically undeniable. Yeah. The fact that, I mean, so if you think about, if you compare with Hong Kong or practically any other city, if you are looking for experts on the media system, media and politics within that city, where would you go? You would go to a local university, right? And that is still the case in Hong Kong. If you want to know, if you want to get the best knowledge about the way in which the press operates in the system, the relationship between press and government, the level of press freedom, how controls work, and so on, you come and talk to Rose, you go to Francis Lee and CUHK, any number of academics within Hong Kong institutions. In Singapore, that in the two journalism departments, or rather media schools, there's not a single academic studying Singapore media and politics. Zero. Yeah. Until recently, at NUS and NTU, there was no one, I would say, below the age of 60 who studied Singapore politics in the political science department. And so they study Northeast Asian politics, they study international relations, they study European, Indian, Chinese politics, they don't study Singapore politics. Yeah. And of course, international measures don't track this. Yeah. So they appear internationally excellent, even though they're not doing any local research, right? The final point on this slide, I borrowed this term of wall garden from Chinese internet censorship, and I think it works very well. Yeah, you can think of the Singapore model as a kind of building a moat around the ivory tower. Yeah, so within the ivory tower, within the garden, you can do, you're practically free, but just don't cross it to try and make an intervention in wider society. And this translates into policies like be careful about inviting critics, civil society leaders, opposition leaders to speak in a class, and conversely be careful about you as an academic going out to relate to civil society or the press. Just stay within your functional domain. Yeah. The personnel vetting is I would say an open secret. It is opaque but well understood that basically every hire, even part-timers, doesn't just go to the university's personnel department. The university personnel department has to send it to the Ministry of Education, which then sends it to some kind of security vetting agency, probably supervised by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Yeah. So as a result, you have, in our qualitative comments, you have this, for example, which confirmed what we already knew. So this survey respondent said every hiring, tenure, and promotion decision is vetted by university administrators and the MOE. And then, of course, if you're a foreigner, the additional complication of cancelling work permits. This survey respondent echoed precisely the experience that I had about 10 years ago when I was running the journalism department at NTU. There was a part-timer who just had some moderate civil society experience. He wasn't like someone like Bruce, for example, right? he wasn't an organizer. It just that somewhere in his past, he had been involved in some civil society work. That's all, right? He wasn't an active activist, right? And yet, our application to hire him was mysteriously rejected by the security vetting. And so this is exactly what this survey respondent is referring to. Yeah, a part-time lecturer who had made some politically sensitive, controversial works was not cleared. As a result, the class had been cancelled. Okay. So I think what the survey also has shown is that there's a mix of internal controls, which is effected essentially through self-censorship, which is not surprising. I think more interesting is the fact that some of these controls have been institutionalized. Yeah. So as I mentioned, in my time, we did not have a practice of being told to avoid sensitive subjects, nor did we, in my 10 years at NTU, did I ever have anyone tell me that my guest speakers need to be vetted. So even in this short time, things have become worse in this regard. Yeah, you have a system where maybe not all, but several departments or universities have internal rules such as check with us before you invite a guest speaker. The larger picture is a lack of independent governance. So Singapore rejected the idea of a UGC back in the 50s and 60s. Yeah. So as a result, there is no kind of professional mediating body between the state's legitimate requirement that universities should serve a public purpose and academics' own sense of institutional integrity. Yeah, and that basically is the role of the UGC, right? To make sure that universities are accountable to the public. But we don't want the state to do that. We want fellow professionals to do that. So there's no UGC in Singapore. They report directly to the ministry. Similarly, the main grant-giving body in Singapore is headed by not an academic, but a retired civil servant. Yeah. So there are these governance issues as well. Skip slide. So what does this mean for Hong Kong? I want to say that it shows, Singapore example shows that it is in fact impossible in what Kenneth calls this system, this environment of neoliberal globalization to in fact excel by those standards. You can't be internationally excellent by the standards of neoliberal globalization. but in this kind of hollowed out way. Yeah? But I do want to say that the Singapore model took decades to build. Yeah, it wasn't an overnight thing. It involved crackdowns from the 50s, 60s, institutional reforms in the 80s before you arrived in today, 2021, a very smooth system of internal regulation where everyone from department heads up to university deans and even the faculty themselves kind of know the limits. And this was not the result of just a crackdown last year or a few years ago. And so you shouldn't think that Hong Kong can replicate the Singapore model in a couple of years. In fact, I think the context may have changed too much even, yeah, because don't forget that, and this I guess my final observation is more of a, it's more speculative. I've not really looked deeply into it. I mean, I think the conditions in which the Singapore state created this model, you know, with very little resistance of aligning higher education with these global neoliberal metrics rather and kind of denying them a social political role, happened at a particular historical moment. Right? Happened at a historical moment from the 80s, 90s, when economic growth was extremely high, where everyone felt a sense of social mobility. People were just, by and large, willing to go along with whatever the state did. Right? Times globally have changed. Right? It is much harder for any state, including the Hong Kong government, to get the kind of performance legitimacy that the Singapore government enjoyed from the 70s through to the 80s and 90s. Singaporeans were willing to go along with many of these reforms, whether it's in the press, academia, and so on, because everyone felt this, they were up on this upward escalator. There's nothing to complain about. Nowadays, people complain a lot more, not just I mean, in Singapore, certainly, and I guess even more in Hong Kong, right? It's harder to persuade people anywhere in the world or give up your freedoms because we have all these goodies, material goodies for you. The truth is there aren't that many material goodies to distribute in an equal way that makes people feel that invested in the system. So I'm skeptical about whether the Singapore model is so easily replicated, whether by Hong Kong or elsewhere, because it happened in a particular historical moment. Let me end there and see if you have any questions or comments. Yes, Alice.
Speaking words, does it mean that the current Singapore definitely is less confident, as compared to the past, or in relation to what you said about the
Great question. Why has things become worse? I would say it's become worse not only in academia but also in the press. I think I can throw out a couple of possible reasons. One, as you say, maybe declining confidence on the part of the state, less sure-footed, because for two reasons. One, government is just becoming harder, like for the reasons that I gave. Yeah, economic growth is harder to squeeze out. People are more frustrated, there's an inequality problem and so on, so the government's less sure-footed. There may also have been a decline in even the ability of the leaders. It's a common complaint in Singapore that the current generation of leaders is not as able or as confident as, say, the Lee Kuan Yew's generation. Yeah? So that's one reason. The other reason, which actually dawned on me after moving to Hong Kong, is more cultural. I've realized that so much of political behavior is not only about institutions and laws, but also about political culture. Yeah. And so Hong Kong is a classic example of where you're not democratic And yet you believe you're liberal and you act liberal, and the belief in being liberal somehow makes the whole society liberal, even though you don't have the vote. It's just bizarre, right? So it is a triumph of will and culture over the written law, right? It's quite remarkable. Singapore is the reverse. We have the vote, but we've convinced ourselves we're not free, and so we act not free. Yeah. So I think why things becomes worse. I think it is possible that the willingness of Singaporeans to go along, whether you're just a individual academic or an institution leader and so on, is something that is partly a force of habit, isn't it? It's partly habit, it's partly what your peers are doing and so on. So my guess is that a generation or two ago, there was a slightly more of a culture of resisting, whereas what we see now is that maybe many have just given up. They just know there's no point. There's no point in, you're never going to be able to resist political pressure when the government is determined to have its way. So if you know that you're not going to be able to resist it, why try? And in fact, I forgot to mention this, that when I showed you the data about supervisors telling their staff to be careful, we shouldn't interpret this as, oh, this means that a large number of department heads and deans are just functionaries of the state, sort of mindless zombies, right? Doing the state's bidding. No, because we had a very interesting comment from one of the respondents who said this. Who said, look, what is a department head to do if they know that this is the environment in which their staff is working? Isn't it part of their duty of care to tell their staff, look, don't be foolish. This is the kind of thing that can happen to you if you go beyond a certain line. And for your own good, I'm advising you to be careful. Right? So that's not a functionary speaking, right? That is someone who has a better sense of a very real risk that faculty face and is giving collegial advice. Yeah. So part of the reason why it could become worse is just a general sense across the population and most institutions, including the press, that resistance is futile. So let's just make the best of it.
So can we, last question.
Sorry, I droned on too long. Sorry.
Well, give him the microphone.
Kenneth has got a question as well, but we can Kenneth, we can talk about it over coffee. Let me take
commiserate.
Let me take a question from a non-Singaporean. Sorry.
I wanted to ask Professor that you said that basically the index come from VDM Institute. I think it's affiliated with Gothenburg Institute. So my question is, can we say, it's a provocative question, can we say that, for example, the Western countries like Sweden promote such a new index in academia so that they can raise up in the rankings and reduce the others? Because, for example, we know from research that in the Swedish model, despite they say that we are free and whatever, if you don't get re-educated in their system with master's degree, for example, it's almost impossible to get accepted as a PhD student there. So it's kind of hypocritical to say to do that, but on the other hand, they do something else.
Yeah, no, I take it for granted that, that many of the people pushing these academic freedom rankings and indices and so on are not doing it with the purest of intentions and maybe self-serving. Yeah, but I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face. I mean, look, just because other people have bad motives for promoting academic freedom, does that mean that I, as an Asian, am going to conclude that, oh, it's all a Western conspiracy and therefore I'm not in favor of it? I mean, I just find that ludicrous, right? Because, I mean, in fact, I get this sort of response regularly from Singaporean conservatives, right? Whenever you raise issues of media freedom or academic freedom, they'll say, "Ah, this is just a Western conspiracy." I say, but wait a minute. Are you actually suggesting that for an Asian to care about an Asian's freedom to use their mind and think is something un-Asian? Isn't that a huge insult to say that the freedom to think is something you consider to be Western and we Asians are not built for it and not designed for it and shouldn't care about it? I mean, come on, you know? I find that more racist than anything any Westerner has ever said to me, right? So I would just dismiss it. Frankly, I don't care what the motives are of the Swedes or the Americans or whatever. I'm a Singaporean. I have every right to care about academic freedom in my society. And I'm sure that's how you think about academic freedom in Greece and elsewhere. So, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. We can continue the discussion here, but we should hear this.
Thank you, Louis, for organizing this. This is my second departmental research symposium. Last year, I was in London in lockdown. I did present, and it was like maybe 3 in the morning or something. But I think because I was in the early lot, and I think I managed. But I had lots of coffee to keep me going. Today's talk, it's nice to be here and have some colleagues in the room and also on Zoom. So my presentation is based on my current book project, which although I'm going to London tomorrow, I'm going to use all the summer to at least not finish it, but do most of the writing. And this is a book about, as I said, changing geopolitics of global communication. It's a big book in terms of ideas also, and it's kind of complicated book to write. When I'm writing it for Routledge in London, there is a series called Communication Society series, which James Curran edits, and this is the final book in his series, and he's been very keen that it sees the day of light. It's been delayed for some time. Part of the reason for the delay is that new themes have emerged, which were not in my original plan. One of them is what happened in Hong Kong. I got in 2019. I realized it's got interesting geopolitics of what was happening here and continues to happen. So I'm writing something on that. And even more importantly, COVID and how it has changed the way we think about the world. And geopolitics of COVID is something which I had absolutely no idea I'm going to write about. So that's the chapter that is most challenging because it's still unfolding, right? Every day new bits of information are coming and basically subverting the narrative from various narratives, like not just from Washington or Beijing, but from elsewhere too. So in today's talk, I'm going to briefly outline, give an overview of this chapter that I'm going to write about. I'm calling it the geopolitics of crisis communication. And we have later in today lots of, and just couple of, at least 2 or 3 presentations which are about COVID. So I'm sure they're much more focused, mine are more general. And because, as I said, they form part of a longer project. So for instance, let me just see that. Yeah. So I start with the kind of structure of international news media. There's a whole chapter I'm writing about, calling it the leverages and legacies, that there is a particular kind of US-UK domination of international news media, which has a long history. And although it has been weakened considerably because of the rise of many other powers, but also the whole revolution in digital communication. So, you know, the availability of various perspectives and their visibility around the world. This phrase, as many of you would know, is Jeremy Dunstall's phrase. It's coined in the 1970s about the US-UK news duopoly, because UK still remains an important player in terms of shaping global news agenda. Also, in terms of influencing geopolitics of news, why is that the certain parts of the world get much more consistent coverage and then other parts. Similarly, certain themes, the way they are framed, etc. And therefore, the dominant aspects of this media has the capacity to set the parameters of debate, if you like, in terms of what people discuss. And again, this is the kind of looking at the elite media, the agenda-setting media, if you like. So given that background, I'm just very broadly giving you that background. What happened in December 2019 onwards has really brought this, in my view, back into the focus that there is actually a certain way of how this most serious health crisis that we've experienced, are still living through, has been covered in international media. So if you go with the politics of naming, for instance, initially in the dominant international media, as you see, this is an AP report, you have Bloomberg, you have Foreign Policy, and you have CNN. And this is last year, this is Trump's America, so the debates were much more strident, and anti-China sentiments were very obvious in mainstream media. Also, the whole politics of naming, that this was described as China virus, communist virus, Wuhan virus, etc. And some kind of that politics still continues in today's situation. Also, again, we hear about more in today's session, but also a lot has been already written about this idea of infodemic. And so here you have a case from US, the Guardian, and the New York Times. Just a representative example of liberal media trying to kind of look at it in more complex ways. It's not just, that the people on the margins are making those comments. Actually, state authorities are directly involved in projecting the kind of agenda, as you see on this one. Trump officials are said to press spies to link virus and Wuhan labs. And I'll adjust that issue of this lab theory again towards the end of my talk. Also, the politics associated with the organization which is supposed to be in charge of health issues, the World Health Organization, is also fascinating because, again, I'm writing a whole chapter earlier in the book about institutional infrastructure of global communication. So not so much in WHO, but more WTO and UNESCO, etc. But now WHO has become so politically sensitive. For instance, here is a tweet which was by the most famous Bollywood star, and as you can see, he's retweeted. He's retweeted something about the suggestion, which was not just in India but also many other countries, that Chinese were actually in control of WHO's agenda. They were shaping it, they were bribing people, etc., etc. When you actually look at the facts, this is who funds WHO. This is the data for 2018 and 19. And as you see, Chinese contribution is tiny. One of the largest contributor is Mr. Gates and United States. And if you look at this carefully, 95% is Western. Okay, but the narrative was that this is an organization which is deprived of funds and is being manipulated by the Chinese government. And some of that discussion continues today in mainstream media as well. Then you have the whole subgenre of communication, which is around conspiracy theories. And again, it's itself a kind of, I'm sure several projects are already being done in our field about it, but that deserves much more attention. And there's a Hong Kong connection. Some of you would know this lady, Dr. Lee Meng Yan, who was at the Hong Kong University, and she's become the darling of the certain media in the United States. She's on, this is Fox News, but she's been in many other mainstream media organizations to actually project a certain line. And she is a professional, and it gives a certain credibility to her argument. And then you have one of the most famous experts in the United States and his alleged affiliations with corporate power and other affiliations. So that is part of this network of conspiracies. Some of you may also have known this pandemic documentary, which made huge headlines last year. Millions of people watched it on YouTube and other platforms. And it was one of these examples of how in the confusion that pandemic, global pandemic creates, these kinds of arguments get prominence even within. So this particular case actually got covered quite widely in, at least in the United States media. There's also a famous French example. I don't know if anyone of you have seen this documentary called Hold Up, which again, this is the director who is apparently very well known. And again, millions of people watched it. And basically, he's deeply skeptical about the idea of vaccines and the idea of the origins, etc., etc. A kind of sort of conflict of narratives, which were initially seen as a marginal narrative, was actually increasingly getting into mainstream. And as we will see later in my presentation, it has been revived in more recent years. And a lot of it, what I mentioned, is mostly from US or in this case, France. But actually, there was a reaction to that also from no less a person than the spokesperson of the Chinese Ministry of External Affairs, who referred to a particular article which suggested that the origins are in the United States and the program of biowarfare that the US was involved. And this is just one example of how this narrative has become increasingly vicious, because Chinese, I mean, we hear what you can say about the wolf to the diplomacy is part of that kind of, the shift, because Chinese official statements were generally very restrained, not to say very bland. But this kind of tweet from the official representative is an indication of how much the geopolitics of this pandemic had become important. If you contrast that with what was being said from not just China and the United States, because that's been the major debate, but elsewhere, for instance, this is the narrative we heard about Russia, which was, by the way, the first country to develop a vaccine, right? But this is from, as you can see, from New York Times, Bloomberg, Financial Times, etc. The discussion was that why are not more Russians dying, right? Now, if you think about it, it will look ridiculous. How can serious newspapers talk like that, right? So you're raising very fundamental questions about credibility, that you can't trust certain narratives because they are authoritarian, whatever you want to call them. So that brings me to this whole debate about the politics of vaccines, because again, this is fundamental, because it's not just about last year or this year. It's going to be with us for some time to come. There will be boosters and there will be all kinds of, so there are 7 billion people and they need to be vaccinated and then revaccinated. So we're talking of trillions of dollars of money. It's actually also very deep financial dimension, but also political. So for instance, as many of us now know, the Chinese vaccine has been approved by World Health Organization only recently, a few weeks ago. Right? So that means the so-called majority world, where most of the people live, and also the BRI connections, the countries with which China has very direct connection. As you see on this chart, already, including countries in Europe, Serbia, Hungary, etc. And this is quite a global reach of a vaccine which has been developed outside the Western world, and now has WHO's approval, which means can be and is being distributed. How is it being covered? Again, it's interesting. This is a piece in the Washington Post. The Russians and the Chinese are touting their vaccine. Use of the word touting. Should we trust them? This is the Washington Post. Then you have a piece in the New York Times by a very well-known scholar. Has China done too well against COVID-19? Also, in this vaccine diplomacy, you have examples like Sputnik, now the Russian one, which has also had huge presence, and now it's been built in many, many other countries. And as I said before, it was the first country to produce a vaccine. Didn't get as much coverage in mainstream Western media. Actually, it was always a skeptical. Can you trust the Russians? By the way, they've been producing these vaccines for a very long time. And then India was also one of the few countries, there were 5 or 6 countries that produced their own vaccines. India did. And they were, as you know, before the disaster hit them in April, they were exporting 70 countries. This is from Afghanistan. The diplomacy associated vaccine is not just about soft power influence. There's also very strong economic dimension to it. And because, you know, it is about, as I said before, we're talking about 7 billion people that need to be vaccinated. I also want to very briefly allude to a kind of domestic dimension of this politics, of global geopolitics. And I wanted to give you an example from India, which is, this is from the opposition Congress Party, which is the dominant opposition group. They produced a, what was described as a toolkit, basically feeding the media, international media, and certain individual journalists to promote a certain narrative about what happened in April in India. For example, the idea of the India variant, which in fact today WHO is now officially described as Delta variant. Also, there was some nomenclature which was even more absurd, which was Modi variant, which I saw of all places in Global Times in Beijing. So, so this very, very important domestic dimension to this geopolitical debate, because, and this was again, subtext to it in the sense that this was hacked by certain groups within the ruling party, and then things were added to that toolkit to show that they were doing worse than they were actually doing, right? But they did use this to, as it says here, dismantle the image of Modi, use word Indian strain, use dramatic pictures of dead bodies and cremation. Now, anybody who knows anything about India, 85% of Indians are Hindus, and Hindus cremate their dead, right? So if you go anywhere in the cremation ground across the country, you'll see burning fires. But if you have a you know, zoom or some like or some kind of aerial photograph, you take this picture, and that becomes the dominant. So this is a different presentation of that, perhaps about representation of how. So if you compare that with what happened in New York last year or in Italy last year, you don't see dead bodies. Right? This is a strange. You don't see white dead bodies. You can show brown and black dead bodies. That's standard practice. It's a long history behind it. But this was being actually promoted by opposition within the country to say, okay, this is the New York Times journalist, or this is the journalist and economist. Let us feed him or her images that they would like us to. In fact, this again links to what I was saying in the beginning. I'm whole in the chapter in the book. I'm writing a whole chapter. I'm calling it the kind of information infrastructure. How do we feed each other? Journalism, think tanks, public relations, etc. So just to, as I said earlier, this in the last 2 weeks, particularly, there has been an interesting shift in the way the narrative of COVID has been promoted, especially in the United States. Some of you would have seen there was this very extensive report that Bloomberg published about the origins of COVID, and this idea of reviving the lab theory. Some examples here: 60 Minutes on CBS, an academic article which gives it greater credibility, letter by scientists in New York Times asking that there should be a probe. Very long piece by a well-known commentator, and also a very longish piece that appeared in the New York magazine. These are just a few examples. There are many, many more. And in most of these cases, the source is a US intelligence report. So the interesting question is, why is that report being leaked to the media in the last 2 weeks? Is it something to do with something that the US president has signed, that we should do revive the whole debate about origins? And also, the suggestion was that this was associated with the particular regime in the United States, and with Trump and his attitudes with China, and we've seen with the change of administration actually. It's interesting that this has come back into the public discourse in the last few weeks, and continues to be as we speak. This is how the Chinese are reacting to this. This was a cartoon in CGTN last week, suggesting that it's all coming from Uncle Sam, and it's just against science, and it's all about this marginal people who believe in conspiracies. But the point is, it's much more complex narrative, and it is still unfolding. And as I said at the beginning, it's very hard to actually narrow it down in a concrete way. Although there's a lot of material available out there in public domain, so you can connect the dots. That's what I'm trying to do. But it is, the goalposts are moving all the time. Like I said, 2 weeks ago, this massive leaks in Western media, the US media, it's unprecedented. And I'm asking why, what is significant? Why are they doing it now? Because they had the reports for a very long time. So just to finish, I'm sure I'm conscious of the time, invite questions and comments. When 2008, 2007 economic crisis happened, and it was referred to both by Kenneth and by Cherian also. There was a lot of discussion about a certain version of globalization, neoliberal globalization, is coming to an end. It has shown its limitations, because we saw what happened in the US particularly, and then its implications around the world. I think something similar is happening with COVID. We're already talking about the long COVID, post-COVID syndrome, but there's also post-COVID politics, prior to COVID and after COVID. And if you look at the way certain countries have managed it than others, China would be a case in point. There is an interesting debate around that, whether it's an authoritarian system which is more effective, or democracy. And the Chinese say, look at next door, look at these guys, they were having elections, they were having the religious function. So religion and politics, two things. Democracy especially, we shouldn't touch, because that leads to millions of cases. So you have a kind of interesting Cold War kind of mentality, where this is the major issue. It's likely to remain. And by the way, those of us who are old enough to remember, this is not a debate. This was a debate about nuclear weapons, a debate about AIDS when AIDS came in 1980s. It was, the whole idea of biowarfare is very, very old. It goes back to the First World War. And there is a very deep political dimension to it. And I think that's what I'm trying to emphasize, that there is this debate, that narrative is created in mainstream media. And because the dominant media still remains, despite all the changes that have happened, largely focused in certain countries. And their capacity to shape the agenda is still very important. So what you have is this kind of warfare going on between two, this is from The Economist, and also a very interesting actually piece that The Economist ran some months ago. Is China winning? The subtitle is the geopolitical consequences of COVID-19. This is before the WHO had approved the Chinese vaccine. And I think when you think about it, think of the world at large, think about Chinese investment around the world, think about the aid that China gives to developing countries. It is now, it surpassed Japan, it's the only second to the United States. Its contribution to United Nations organizations, different organizations. So it's a very interesting kind of, very at the cusp of a very important change. And you could then connect what was happening, in terms of, we're already talking about Cold War right now, it's Cold War 2.0, and this kind of this crisis, this very serious and it's still ongoing crisis, and we don't know whether there'll be third wave, fourth wave, I don't know. So it's not ongoing, and I think a new kind of Cold War is already in place. And as some of you know, we're doing a conference later in the year, in November, on narratives of Cold Wars. So I'll stop there and happy to take questions. Thank you.
You can ask questions and people online. You can, I needed to.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor, for the presentation. I wanted to ask you because you compared, the vaccines produced by China and Sputnik, and I remember also that in European Union when Russian produced Sputnik, that everybody was laughing and they were mocking the Russians. But in my understanding, there was a completely different tactic from the Russian, because they actually published, the results of the vaccination at some point in a very well-known journal. And suddenly everybody said, okay, we were wrong about the Russians. So the vaccine is good enough. But in the other case, for example, we have China that is distributing the worst vaccine, globally, what's the name, Coronavac or Sinovac. So, I mean, my question is that actually there is a point that, comparing these two, global communication tactics, that actually China is not helping so much the world, but actually distribute something that no one else is gonna buy, right? So I want your viewpoint on that.
Thank you. That's an interesting question, but it's also the Russian one is a commercial enterprise. The Russian vaccine is commercial, and they're now going to produce in various countries, including in India. They've just had a deal with the Indian government. So the Chinese one, of course, there is a commercial dimension to it too, but commerce is not the most important aspect for them. It is also a mechanism to deal with the general perception that has been there that this came from China. That's why I was referring to some conspiracy theories which are not as marginal as you and I might think. They're actually, even the digital age in which we live, they circulate very widely. So this lady researcher I mentioned from Hong Kong, she's kind of a mini celebrity in certain circles in the United States. I don't know her credentials as a scientist, but because the media has just picked her up as the face of, to prove that there was something not being clearly mentioned by the Chinese authorities. So I think for the Chinese, it is a way to deal with that perception that we are providing especially the poorer parts of the world, a vaccine whose credentials, as you say, are not that clearly identified. But I would also say that millions of people in China had that vaccine, right? And also there is again, as I said briefly in my talk, when I talk about this information infrastructure and the legacies, so a Lancet or a Scientific American or a Nature has, there's a very interesting book last year which came out by the editor of Lancet, and he argued how, this is manipulated, how certain things get more prominent than other, right? And that's not free of politics. So as I said, also, if you think about how much money is involved in vaccination, right? We're talking of billions and billions of dollars. So, if you're the Bill Gates and you have huge influence on the most important health organization, and I just showed you the figures, it's like just next to US government. So you can also manipulate the credibility criteria, right? And I think that's what, so if you're in China or in Russia or in India, you have a disadvantage. Also, you may remember India and South Africa had mentioned last year that give us a one-off exemption, intellectual property and exemption, and we will create those. India is the largest producer in the world. We'll make them and then provide them to people all over the world. But who objected to it? The Germans did. Americans finally came around to it because, again, they're playing politics. So I think that's the point of my presentation, to see this bigger picture. And we'll have very more detailed micro analysis. That's wonderful. But I'm looking at the bigger picture, and I think there is this interesting contestation taking place as we speak, because it's also a question of vaccine efficacy, right? And the new variants and how do you, so it's still unfolding as we speak. It's very difficult to actually, concretely say. But to answer your question, I think that it is I would say it's an economic versus political thing. The Russians are not that bothered with the politics of it, or the soft power. Chinese are. And given that so much state intervention is there in this production, vaccine production, the money is not that important. It's like CGTN. If CGTN was a commercial operation, it would close in 2 weeks, right? Why is Chinese government spending billions of dollars on external communication, right? So this is again part of that. And if you look at CGTN or China Daily for last, I do it every day, for last like a year and a half, and you see there's a very consistent counter narrative being projected, and some of it quite aggressive. And that's interesting. As we hear what you have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suzu. I just want to ask you about one of the slides you showed, one of the articles in the media, which was a question, but I think it's, in a way it's very important. The question was, is China winning? And I would like to know your opinion on that. Is China already winning? Because you said that the article was written before the World Health Organization had given approval to the Chinese vaccine.
Yes.
Now that it has given, and now that China is officially sending vaccines with approval to different parts of the world, do you think that China is winning that narrative? And even articles like those, even with question marks, are they kind of helping China's narrative, even though the idea is to counter China's growth? Thank you.
Thank you. It's very difficult to give a very yes or no answer, because and that piece was published in a conservative business magazine, The Economist, and so apart from vaccines, which are an important aspect of winning, if you like, if you think of the majority world, the way the Chinese authorities have dealt with this pandemic, the number of cases, the number of the way they dealt with the aftermath. Forget about censorship control, that's just one aspect. But dealing with this as a health emergency, I think future historians will have to think about how to manage public policy and how to learn from this country, because 1.4 billion people and relatively very few cases. So even today, if you want to go to China, you have 21 days quarantine. You can just walk into the United States tomorrow. Right? I'm going to London tomorrow, and I'm okay. I'm going to be at home for 5 days. But the point is, it's very strict system, and the results are there for everyone to see. So if you're sitting in Ethiopia or Vietnam, you say, well, actually, which is a better system? So again, it's very difficult to say yes or no. But at the same time, there's also, that's why I mentioned this whole resurgence of this lab theory. And to me, that's a very political, deeply political narrative. To authorities in Brussels and Washington realize that they might be losing the narrative on who is more effective and whose vaccine is more cheaper, etc. So this has been derived now to counter. This is my hunch. I have no empirical evidence to prove that.
I have to stop you here.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. So Jeanette, yeah.
So since Jeanette's prepared for her presentation, need a few minutes. Anyone have questions for Professor Tussell? Yeah, you can use this opportunity, right? We can still talk about the narratives. Yeah.
Well, you just mentioned about Cold War 2.0.
Yes.
Yes. So in Cold War 1.0, I'm sure the legacy media and the traditional media play a very important role. But we are now moving into so-called platform society. And so then what's the role of the media? How does it differ, from the Cold War 1.0? Because we are in a communication, there's a print, we're really interested in the role of the media in the Cold War 2.0. What kind of media?
Well, as you said, it's a very different media world. We have the different types of platforms. There are, I was talking about China, but there are other players whose media are now available globally. Russians, the Iranians, the French, the Germans. So it's not like the kind of this US-UK domination has actually been considerably challenged. It's not gone away, but it's been challenged. And not just by the mainstream media, but also a massive expansion of digital communication. And people who are working outside the mainstream, think of, web-based groups. A lot of the stuff that I was discussing, it originated in not in mainstream media. Mainstream picked it up after it was already being discussed by millions of people in social media. So it's a very different media ecology. And but then final thing I would say about that is that although we are living in a platform kind of driven media world, but platforms are owned by certain companies, certain countries. Right? So you could argue, in fact, it looks very diverse, but actually may not be as diverse as it looks, because platforms are controlled by a handful of companies.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for waiting. So now I'm going to share my recent project. But here I have to confess, in fact, the data is quite old, but the paper just has published in computer in human behavior. So in fact, why I choose this topic again, because as I just mentioned, because the data is quite old, but I bring some new insights and we have to do some data mining again and find out some new
findings as well. And maybe it also can help us to forecast what will happen in the coming chief executive elections, because the data here is coming from the last time, 2017. So you can see, in fact, it is quite a long time ago. So the topic I want to share with you is about the social media replicate offline power relations. I don't know whether you feel optimistic about the power of the social media, because there are two competing accounts for the about the power of the online media. One is more optimistic, one is more like belief is just replicate the power of offline political actors. So for the innovations hypothesis, it suggests online communications activity and information made available can increase their level of interactions with the political entities, thereby contributing to the changes in political structure. That means like the social media, the online media, they help to change the political structure. And the other one is more about the normalization hypothesis. It is about like, even though online media, it seems that we offer opportunity for the actor to at any time, anywhere, and they don't need very high cost to send a message. But still, if you are the dominant political candidate or party, you will still enjoy similar advantages in both online and offline communications activities. This research is based on the past study, because we found that even though we have these two main arguments, however, it seems that not many study, especially empirical study, talking about this. It is more about argument rather than the past study can provide empirical evidence to support the argument. So that's why we launched this study again. And you can see supporter of normalizations hypothesis. They questions whether all online activities can really increase political equality. That means whether the social media can really empower the actors, the audience, the normal people, or that is not really empower those that is in underprivileged positions. And so we want to test whether like the political candidates is own identity, like they are like whether they are more popular among the public, whether this will contribute to the engagement of the political communications online. So you can see how this research come up, because when we have the last chief executive candidates like elections, we always complain like John Dunn is more popular, and Carrie Lam, even she is quite famous, but not very popular. So what happened on the social media world? Does it really like their popularity, their past experience, will it also contribute to the online political communications, or rather is their strategy matter more? That means like what kinds of media frames they use, or like what kinds of media format like text, photo, video they use will contribute more to the online political communications. So in this study, we consider candidate itself as one of the independent variables to explore whether like the pattern of online response will determine by their offline political realities. That means no matter what Carrie Lam posts, they may elicit more anger during that time. No matter what John Zhang posts, no matter it is video, audio format, or it is in text format, they will let you click more like for him because you are John Zhang, okay? So this is one of the independent variables. The other independent variables is about frames, okay? Like strategy frame, that means whether they talk more about like the performance of candidate. Policy frame, that means whether they use spend more time to discuss about the policy. And personal frame, that means they highlight their personal life, like they have a very sweet relationship with their couples and their partners, something like that, okay? So we have we asked our research assistant to help us to code all these different frames. So we have 4 different frames. That is strategy frame, policy frame, personal frame, and off topic. That is not really related to their personal life or even the policy, like when there is something about like Happy New Year, so they just post something like Happy New Year to all the audience like that. And the last independent variables is about the format, media format, like video, text, and audio, something like that, photos as well. So because people always think that like if you use the video, you post the video, it is better for you to engage the audience. So we want to see whether it matters more or whether the candidate's identity matters more. That means, for example, you know, like Rose is much more popular than me. So no matter Rose posts like text, audio, or a photo, video, she will engage more with the online audience than me. Okay, so that is our hypothesis. So you can see our 4 hypotheses. The first one is about we believe the identity of candidates of the page on which message a post has greater influence on internet user affective response, like the favorable reaction, like love, that kinds of emoji, or like the number of unfavorable reactions like angry, compared to media format and media frames. Okay, and the second one is whether like the candidate's message strategy on Facebook, like the frame and format, will contribute to the variations in the number of favorable response and the number of unfavorable reactions. That means whether they will use different strategy, like different frames, will it really influence the online audience response, especially about the affective response, like angry, something like that. And in fact, we also want to talk more about like the quality of qualitative engagement, because we borrow some idea from the hub mice about the public sphere. We want to know that like whether like the online media really can engage the online audience to talk more about, like discuss more about the policy, something like that. Okay, so how can we measure them? We use like the number of comments, the number of words in the comments, and the number of long comments. Like the long, what do I mean? Like the long comments, like the number of words is more than like 20 words. Okay, something like that. Okay, so that means if his Rose like post anything, he will. My hypothesis is because she is more popular than me, like Johnson is more popular than Wu. So no matter what he posts, like the online audience will engage more, will have more comments, will engage more and write more longer comments for them as well. Okay, so this is the identity of candidates a post has greater influence on the qualitative responses. And the fourth hypothesis is about like whether the frames of formats have influence on the number of comments and the number of non-comments as well. So the methodology. So as I just mentioned, we collect all the comments under the page of Carrie Lam, Johnson, and Wu, and we have some analysis on it. And we use incorporate partial least squares with ordinary least squares regressions. So for the PLS, it automatically selects the independent and dependent variable that has high combinations. Okay, because we have a lot of variables, like even the affective response, like love, angry, something, haha, wow. So we have different hypotheses. Different emojis. So we want to see whether these kinds of independent variables had high correlation with dependent variables. And then we use the OLS regressions. We want to see what kinds of relation they have, like positive relation, negative relations, or the impact of the relations. So you can see this is the variable we want to check. For the independent variables, we have the candidate identity, the format of the candidate post, text, photo, video, the message frame we just introduced, strategy frame, issue frame, personal frame, and off topic. And the dependent variables is about the affective responses like love, haha, wow, sad, angry, number of user comments, number of long comments. Okay, so you can see this is the result of the PRS. So we first found the first collections found between these. The first collection is Namu photo video with the dependent variables, that is angry, number of comments, and number of long comments. And second collection we can also find is Lamb and Wu, also have relations with night, love, angry. So we have a closer look into it. So let me explain this table a little bit because it's a bit complicated. In fact, this one is about the coefficients. This one is about the p-value. So if it is under 0.05, you can see they have the combinations. Okay, so we take Wu as a reference. So that means the Zheng impact is 2.04 plus 6.56. Okay, so like all this is like that. So let me explain about the result. So we found that like the first hypothesis is supported. Why? You can see like, for example, like and love. If it is done post, first you find it is significant. Okay, and then second, the impact Zheng has greater impact than Wu and Lam as well. 2.04 plus 6.56 is impact on like. Okay, so and on love as well. For angry, as we expect, if it is Carrie Lam who posts this message, you can see no matter what she posts, you will find that she will elicit more angry than Zheng, okay, and Wu as well, because this one is 6.41 impact plus 1.39. Okay, so you can see the hypothesis, the first hypothesis supported. And the second one is about whether they will have a greater influence on the qualities of qualitative responses. You can also see that like if it is Carrie Lam who posts the message, it will have more greater number of comments. It will also have a greater number of total word count and message with over 30 words. That means you can see Lam is more controversial, right? Maybe people are more angry with her, and more comments is also you can find in amongst the audience response as well. Okay, So it is about the identity of candidates. You can see it has impact on the internet's affective responses and qualitative responses as well. And for the second hypothesis and fourth hypothesis, we want to check whether the strategy, like the frame, you can see as we have the PLS, you can see the frames doesn't matter. No matter how you frame the story, you cannot find any significant relations between the frame and the number of favorable response or the influence on the qualitative response, right? The number of comments as well. But the photo, the format matter, okay? So you can see, like for this as an example, in fact, we have not only done rules case, we have also done similar work on names case or Zheng case. So you can compare like the photo, text, and video, and you can see that like video usually can elicit more like love than like using the text. Okay, and number of comments as well. So if you are the PR professionals, I recommend you use more video rather than the photo. You can see even the video has greater impact as well, greater influence as well. But it's similar, but so please don't use has even like just 1 or 2 sentences. It seems that it doesn't really can help others or like encourage the audience to engage more or more favorable reactions as well. So this is the some of our key findings. So first, we found that the findings support the normalization hypothesis. Social media may not be an ideal space to change the offline power structure. So that means like the more famous candidate, they can receive more attentions, can engage the audience more, can have the audience to have more comments and even have a longer comments as well. And even their offline position and the levels of favorability, it also affects as well. So you can see, I don't know whether the coming chief executive election will be CY Leung versus Carrie Lam. Maybe it may be also a good case to examine to see whether two dominant political actors can elicit different affective response as well. So you can see the social media somehow reflects the offline reality of the time, and the format is more important than the content. So you can see, in fact, as a scholar or journalist or PR professional, usually we always think about the content. But from this case, we can see the content doesn't matter a lot. In fact, the format matters. So remember, don't use text, but use more video, and then you can engage them more, no matter the quality of the content or what topic you want to engage. In fact, the topic is not very important as well. Okay. And so the third one is we want to let you to think about whether social media contribute to the public sphere. Okay. Because as we mentioned, we want to see whether like the message posed by the candidate will let the online audience to have more discussion. And then you can see message content doesn't matter a lot. That means no matter what topic you want to discuss with your online audience, they just don't care, okay? But if you want to engage them more and you want more discussion, maybe the format can help. Okay, the media format can help. And it also depends on your own popularity. So you have to make yourself more popular if you want to engage the online, your audience more. So that is all I want to share with you. So let's see.
So people on Zoom and also people in this room, yeah.
Kenneth, for your interesting sharing. Please bear with me if I do not follow some of the content closely. I mean, if I miss something, because my question is when you analyze those candidates' Facebook posts, analyze whether they contain some photos, videos, and how they, or the contents, and how they can influence the engagement. Have you considered in the post there are hypertextual elements like how many people they add, whether they use hashtag or whether they use URLs, these kind of things. Yeah, because in my recent study, similar to you, but I focus on journalism. I found something that's counterintuition is that the more hashtags or more ads mentions they use, it will negatively associated with the engagement. We believe that is the information overload, no matter who they are or no matter what they talk. So maybe we can have dialogue about this.
Yeah, that is a very good suggestions. In fact, we have also put all these like hashtag, like some other, whether they share, and we have taxes as well, because it is not really significant, so we didn't, so it's to all of you. Yeah, so we didn't put it, make it more simplified to show the, so to our reader, like, yes. In fact, we have put all hashtags as well. Yeah.
As a professional communicator, do you suggest we should add hashtag in the future?
I'm not quite sure because as I just mentioned, we have typed this variable before, but it doesn't matter a lot. Okay, but I'm not quite sure because the data we download is like about 3 years ago. So maybe because hashtag, all these new like tools, people have to take some time to make it more popular amongst the audience. So maybe now if we use all this technique, again, maybe it's different. And also hashtag is also depends on what kinds of hashtag you use. Maybe like the content of hashtag and whether you use the hashtag, maybe 2 different variables as well.
I want to echo the use of the hashtag. Actually, I just want to echo some points about the use of the hashtag, because to me, from my observation, I think for the hashtag is somehow like it's a cultural preferences. If you look at Hong Kong or some of the places, we always think that the function of the hashtag is like for the categorization or just find out the keywords. But if you look at just the young people who are using those kinds of like social media, like in the US or in the UK, I don't whether any of you watched. There is a reality show called The Circle, okay, on Netflix. You can see the young people. Actually, they always whatever they said, the end of the sentence they will hashtag. They just using the hashtag to try to like emphasize something, and they very creatively to create those kinds of different kinds of hashtags that can just echoing those kind of like conversation. So sometimes I think this is also a very interesting phenomenon for us to observe. But sometimes I think in different kinds of like contexts or different kinds of like this discussion, sometimes the use of the hashtag like sometimes can be very random, but sometimes can be very rigorous for you to categorize those kinds of things. But as a researcher, I think we should also bear this in mind and try to be very cautious whether we use different kinds of like methods to capture those kinds of like frequencies of hashtags and the emergence of different kinds of hashtags. Whether that is like validity to reflect the discourse or the narrative. Yeah, that's my observation.
Yes, thanks, Nick. I think it's a very good observation, and I'm not quite sure because when I look into the literature, I found that not many comparative study about like whether like the cultural differences also contribute, like how they use different online tools, and it may also matter as well. And maybe it's more difficult to have that kinds of comparative study because they have different like context, like so maybe the future research can consider about how we can like do some like collaborative study and to look into how different tools in different countries they use it differently and what is their impact as well, because people always want to see which one is more effective. Yeah.
Study, yes, the study of the 217, the chief executive, election is quite interesting. And for your first hypothesis, it seems that social media doesn't contribute a lot. Yeah, it is the opposite to our understanding, because for the 217, election, both John Zhang and Carrie Lam are famous. If you talk about the identity of the candidates, they're both famous. Yeah, but John Zhang has a very good spin doctor, Law Wenchong, and also have a very good PRP team. And so that is the major success of John Zhang, according to our understanding. Yeah, because Law Wenchong is very good at using the social media and the media to promote John Zhang, particularly amongst the young voters. Yeah, and young people. Okay. Yeah. So that's why I think it's a little bit opposite to my understanding why social media doesn't care, doesn't contribute a lot. Yeah. So any.
In fact, that is also what we have think through about it. But I think it's interesting that even you have good PR team. That means if we have good PR team, we always focus on the because when we talk about, we always focus on online media. Like we sometimes scholar may think that the online media role is a little bit, there's online media strategies a little bit from the traditional media strategy. But it seems that the traditional media strategy reinforce the popularity of the candidate, and then it makes them to be more famous on the online media role. That is what I believe.
For the election outcome, so that doesn't matter whether you have a successful promotion program. Yeah, that is everyone knows. For that election, it doesn't count, right? Politics is the most important thing. Yeah, but for the popularity, so we do think social media contribute a lot, to John Zhang's, popularity. That is our common understanding, because after the election, we have so many forums, interviewing Law Wenchong, and yeah, so there's a very, very wide discussion around, the one where also make Law Wenchong a very successful person, celebrities, in Hong Kong. Yeah, so that is our curiosity. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe this time I think maybe we can have some different stage analysis as well, because in fact when we talk about the popularity of Donald Trump, these kinds of data we collect is starting from the first day they have announcement saying that they will compete in the elections. But right before the election, they already have some promotions, and they already build their image. So right before the elections and right before the announcement of their engagement in the elections, John Zhang is already much more popular than Carrie Lam. So maybe somehow this data cannot really truly reflect what happened at the very early stage. So maybe this time I should like trace back like to the more early stage once they start the page, so that we can have more understanding what happened and like have some analysis between like the poll, like the popularity poll and the message, and see whether it will also influence and have some combination between them as well. Yeah. So thank Alice for the suggestions.
Thank you. Yeah. Nick.
Hello, everyone. Allow me to share another project that is not related to journalism, journalism curriculum. Today I'm going to share one of the my working paper. That is also it is a collaborative project. I'm working with Professor John Ernie in the Humanities and Creative Writing Department. It is talking about the cultural participation by the ethnic minorities in Hong Kong from a cultural indicators analysis approach. And you know, I always share with my students, okay, or like postgrad or undergrad, when I was doing my PhD, there are some concepts I always feel scared of. Like the number one is called culture, and the other is called power. Okay, I still remember when I taking the courses taught by Professor Eric Ma in the Chinese U. We need to read those kinds of light books. These two concepts, like we always use them in a take it for granted manner, but actually whenever you want to like develop that or apply them into more thoughtful, like theoretical discussion. That is quite difficult because there are so many kinds of like approach to look at this kind of like concept. And usually these kinds of like I should say construct, they are not tangible, okay, in our reality. So as a if you position as a like a quantitative researcher, and we always need to think about whether you really observe or capture from the social reality that is really reflecting the ideas or the concepts you are talking about whenever you are conducting those kinds of like empirical research. And here in this study, we talk about cultural participation. Like this is a concept that we stem from the cultural rights paradigm. But you know, from the recent reports or the cultural study research, it is more like to try to, there is a trend that we can see or observe that they will starting emphasizing the enjoyment of the culture in the everyday life rather than the consumptions, okay, of certain particular forms or formats of the cultural activities. Thank you. And if we look at the literature, okay, whenever most of the previous cultural participation studies, we from a very sociological perspective, like Bourdieu and try to argue that like the cultural taste and the practice actually they are quite related, okay, to those kinds of like social economic status, on certain kinds of like class, and such kinds of like the cultural practice themselves actually can reflect the hierarchy of our society. And but for the following this kind of like logic, whenever we are looking at or look into the cultural participation by the ethnic minorities or look into the research findings, we will find that like whenever the research finding or the research they are talking about the cultural participation by the EM, actually they will think that they are quite passive, and they are usually be linked with the they are like underprivileged like social and economic status, and also draw to a conclusion that always those kinds of like social minority groups, they are of a low level of the engagement, like in different kinds of like cultural activities. But in recent years, okay, I think since like echoing the reports by UNESCO, and there is a notable trend that or some of the qualitative findings, they have found that even those people who has been classified, okay, as like culturally non-inactive, or they are not participating in certain kinds of like cultural activities, and actually they are also like socially active and feeling happy as the other persons or the rest of the society. And the so-called like cultural disengagement, okay, actually they are just associated with certain types of like legitimate or so-called hybrid cultural activities, okay. But it is not necessary that those kinds of like the ethnic minority people, they are they don't have any kind of like cultural elements or those kinds of like enjoyment in their daily life. So we can observe that the theoretical discussion or the ongoing academic dialogue, actually they are shifting from those kind of like so-called the focus of those kind of hypercultural activities towards certain kinds of like so-called the informal everyday participation approach. So this draws our attention, and we trying to reconsider, okay, whether the scope of the the cultural participation inquiries in different kinds of like research, like should be expanded, okay, to a more wider spectrums, okay, of the cultural activities. And because if you look at lots of like the research, they usually look at the using the general survey to measure those kinds of like people, and within those kind of like cross society survey, and you can find that the conclusion should be echoed that always emphasize or focusing on the underprivileged status of those kinds of like EM. And so I start try to reflect or try to think whether there is any kind of like limitations whenever we are conducting these kinds of like empirical research. And there is a certain kinds of like research gap, just like I mentioned, most of the studies they tend to like create a very general and homogeneous pictures of the cultural participation, and then but not so much like pay more attention to the like the ethnic minority status, or even like the refugee status, or maybe those kinds of like certain kind of like social minority groups. So, and comparing to the Western society, in Asia, there are not so many like cultural participation research except Singapore and Japan. So that is the what when we see these kinds of like research gaps, so we try to further to develop our own studies. And we borrowed a newly developed like theoretical framework from Finland. Okay, there is a scholar. She recently studied, okay, the underlying orientation towards different kinds of like cultural activities. Okay, and she trying to distinguish the differences between the general cultural activities with the so-called non-participation. Okay, or so-called the non-participatory or passive chance. Okay, that this kind of like label that are putting on the ethnic minorities. And so the framework, okay, they try to divide the cultural activities into three types, okay, three types or the orientation. The first one, it is very traditional or conventional. That is so-called the legitimate cultural activities. And that is so-called like the classical music, theaters, opera, those kinds of like activities. But the second type, this scholar trying to emphasize that we call that social mundane. That is those kinds of like activities like people who are doing like in their everyday life. Just like you can see like playing bands or maybe or cooking or those kinds of like socializing and those kinds of like activities. And the third type is so-called introverts like hostile. Okay, that is like something that people want to like enjoying the me time and doing something by themselves. Okay, and this kind of like self-development. And this kind of like categorization can help us to have a more precise look about whenever we are considering the concepts or measuring the cultural participation. And then, and because, you know, if you look at lots of like the general survey, especially the large scale survey in the society, and most of the time they only choose the first type. And then they will draw to the conclusion that like those kinds of like people who are underprivileged status with underprivileged status, they are just like inactive and try to use that to explain, okay, lots of like consequences, okay, in their findings. So but this framework, okay, the framework developed by the scholars from Finland only talk about the orientation. So we want to like take a step forward to talk about, try to measure or try to examine, okay, whether we can find or prove, okay, those kinds of like evidence, okay, from a behavioral level. So the research goal, okay, in these studies, we want to like explicitly to examine the differences or the effects, okay, of try to specify, okay, the effect of the three types of like cultural participation activities on the key indicators of like social capital and well-being. For social capital, it is a very well-known, okay, construct, okay, in the quality of life or the sociologist research, okay, and usually we will use like the social support as well as the social trust as the key indicators to reflect this construct. And here are three hypotheses. We based on the definitions and the like the participatory elements as well as the motivation by the interest of the EM youth, and we make these three hypotheses, okay, and we try to use the and we try to like see if we can like empirically to prove that like certain types of like cultural activities, just as like social mundane, that can be more prominent indicators whenever we are talking about or doing the research within the ethnic minority groups. And here is the background about the ethnic minorities in Hong Kong, and 8% of the 7.4 million population, and nearly half of the people, they are from like 4 countries. And there is an important questions like trying to recognize, okay, the this is a trend, okay, to recognize those kind of like EM people as a more equal and autonomous and more more active roles, okay, in our society. I think and for the methods, we conduct a baseline questionnaire survey through the community networks of the schools as well as the social enterprise. And sampling methods, we are using the stratified photo sampling because you know, for the ethnic minority and especially for the youth population, it's not so easy to obtain the full sampling frame. Okay, so we can only like try to look at the census data and then try to invite the schools and the community service centers across different districts in Hong Kong, and Charles also tried to balance, okay, the percentage of the samples that can assembled, okay, the four major ethnic groups, okay, in locally in Hong Kong. And there is also another thought is that usually whenever we talk about or using the concept called minority, it is actually is an umbrella term, right? Like in locally in Hong Kong, we may think like the people from the South or the Southeastern Asia, that is minority, but that's actually what is this kind of like concept referring to, shift from context to context. And we collect like a number of like 518 valid cases. Okay, they are all like EMU, and the formats are face-to-face. Okay, we commissioned a social enterprise, okay, like that is related to Chinese View and the Department of Social Work, and then to help to launch the survey. And for the measures, there are four groups like major measurements. The first one should be the cultural activities. Like within the surveys, we ask the record intensities of many types of like activities, and then we use like exploratory factor analysis and see if they can be grouped together according to the framework we borrowed from the recent research. And then for the social capital, based on the definitions, okay, some of you may know, social capital is referring to the like potential or actual like benefits or resources we can mobilize from the social network or different kinds of like social connections, right? So for the social support, we try to asking like whether or not or how often you have been receiving those kinds of like supports from the respondents, neighbors, social workers, or the social workers or the lawmakers or schoolmates or community centers, as well as the media. They know, okay, in the society. And so as asking their trust, okay, towards these types of like organizations or parties. And for the dependent variables, we chose the very typical quality of life indicators. That is like life satisfaction, happiness, as well as the worthiness they perceive. They are all measured by the Likert scales. And here is the analytical plans. I used like exploratory factor analysis to try to specify the 3 types of like cultural participation, and then we use the path analysis that is quite similar to structural equation modeling, okay, to look at whether and to examine the associations about among these variables within a multivariate environment and context. And here are the major findings, and try, please allow me to try to simplify it, okay? The technical terms, okay? And I just like want to try this kind of sharing, more focusing on the conceptual elements, okay? And as you can see, that's like we have like 3 models, and the goodness model fits and goodness is and all pass, okay, the requirements, okay, for whenever we are conducting the path analysis and the SEM. And you can see that like from here, actually only the social mundane cultural activities, you can see the significant path, okay, to the or you can interpret as you can observe the significant associations, okay, with these types of like activities, with the social support and social trust, and also the indirect effect, okay, on the psychological well-being. But for the other two types of like activities, this is wrong label. Sorry, and actually you can not you will find that the path they are quite actually insignificant. Okay, so actually that's like echoes or supports our like assumption and argument that's like if we just simply using like the legitimate or so-called hypocultural activities as the indicators, okay, or to measures or try to understand the cultural participation. Whenever, especially when we are talking about the ethnic minority groups, okay, and you will find there is insignificant groups, insignificant findings, but that is not necessary to draw to the conclusion that they are just like they are like inactive in all kinds of like social and cultural activities. They are that to that extent like underprivileged. They are not happy and they cannot be get access to those kinds of like social supports, and they don't trust. They don't hold a strong social trust in the society. Okay, and for the discussion, I think there are some reflections when I was doing this research project. I think the first one is that we try to engage the ongoing dialogues about the evolving concepts that are related to the cultural participation, and to reconsider, okay, the capacities of different kinds of like cultural life, okay, by the EM youth, not only for the EM youth, okay, within the metropolitan context in Hong Kong, because this study is in Hong Kong, so we try to like constrain, okay, the discussion of the context here. But for whenever we are talking about the cultural participation, I think not just for the population of the young youth, but just for the general population of our young generations. I think nowadays the media environment actually is changing. Okay, the line between like local and global and different kinds of like mediating formats can actually provides lots of like participatory opportunities and different kinds of like formats, okay, for the people to understand what is culture and what is understand different kinds of like cultural elements and to reshape our understanding about the cultural participation. And for the second reflections, I can get from these studies. It is related to the methodology concern, that is the validity. I think that is what we always what we learned, okay, during the research method course, okay, whenever we are doing the quantitative research. I always position myself as a quantitative person, but I think the more research I have done, okay, I think it is really important, okay, to go back to the theories and the concepts, because whenever you're doing those kinds of like empirical research, we always think of some ideas and try to like capture or use some of the indicators to measure it in the social reality. But there is always a gap or there is a jump or between these two, and you use those kinds of indicators using very sophisticated methods, okay, to analyze that, okay, and not to mention that nowadays we are doing lots of like big data or computational data using different kinds of like computational methods. There are always this kind and that kind of like black box, okay, with fins in those kinds of like stats. And then we use those kinds of like statistical modeling or the measurements to do that. And during the time, there are so many steps and rooms that can manipulate. Okay, allow me to use this manipulate. Okay. And then we just like try to interpret, okay, those kinds of like numbers or statistics, okay, to go back to the theoretical discussions. So I think this is I think this is just a small studies, but it is very good ways for us to think sometimes whether or not we just using very conventional like measurements or indicators, like even that is very sophisticated in the literature, that is really can help us to capture, okay, the true meanings or the realities in our when we are doing those kinds of like research. And of course, last but not the least, of course, whenever we are talking about the EM, and especially for young generation, like locally in Hong Kong, and we should not ignore the like participants that still reflected, okay, of those kinds of like low participation rates, of course, those kinds of like activities. Like, but I think for this kind of like when we specify the use or the choose of those kinds of like measurements, we can somehow to refine our models, and at least we can know that what kinds of like activities can really mobilize or can help, okay, those kinds of like target people to provide or let them to obtain more kind of like social resources and social support, like in order to improve their quality of life. This is like from an implication from the policy or public policies perspective. So this is my presentation, and I welcome. Okay.
Can I ask the first question? What's the role of media in your study?
You mean the media?
Yeah, so
It's
not a necessity, but I'm curious.
Yeah. Actually, in the activities items, we have like nearly 24. There are lots of like activities that are related to the media platforms, including like the video games, the internet, the web page. Because actually the baseline data set of the survey, it is not originally for this purpose. Okay, we are writing for a book chapter. Okay, that is talking about the internet usage by the EM youth. But we try to add lots of some offline activities and participations, and also the use of different kinds of media platforms and those kinds of media to try to see whether we can expand the studies and yeah.
Thank you. That's fascinating. But I was interested in the kind of naming of some of your phrases. Very interesting. For example, we talk about ethnic and minority. There is another ethnic minority here, which is European or American. Yes. But they are not identified as ethnic. So we are actually taking something which is a Western conception of what ethnicity is. Right? The discourse you are quoting is Western. I lived in the UK for 30 years, and I know it from personal experience. So I think as a young scholar who is not Western, who's Chinese, who's operating in Chinese space, we should think of a different approach. How do we deal with diversity? And this idea somehow that these guys are not going to the opera house, they're not cultured, is offensive to a lot of these people. They might have their own opera, their own media, their own conversation. So I think it's very important as researchers to actually start raising those fundamental questions. Whose terminology we are using? How relevant is that to our study, right? So it's just a comment I had to make, because I think it's really important, because we identify ethnic groups with certain class and color. And it's very important to think beyond that.
Yeah, I think Daya's comments actually in our studies, okay, actually it is in an R&R status, okay, for a journal, and actually we are trying to criticize, okay, but maybe not critical enough. But we always we did mention that we think that so-called the minority, it is an umbrella term again that is shifting and also always being articulated or labeled or associated with those kinds of labels of underprivileged peoples. and we should not. I think the main argument in our studies is that we should not always just using those kind of so-called legitimate or the hydrocultural activities as the single measurements or as the imaginations, to think about that what kind of that is cultural participation, and just implement that to all kinds of research subjects whenever we are conducting those kinds of social indicators research. Yeah.
So my study is about the wolf warrior diplomacy, which Daya mentioned. It's Daya talked about the broader picture, but I'm trying to use it from a minor point. So this is this is the project where I did with my co-author from UNC. Actually, we did, she's a political scientist. So we did a study on international communication of the Chinese government. We studied China Daily and how they use native political ads and on the Western media, such as Washington Post or the Telegraph. So, and then we talk about we should work together again. And this time we're interested in wolf warrior diplomacy. It's just because it's became a buzzword, especially last year. It's appeared this year we're using Google search. You can see it's appeared on the international news media frequently. And but we just think the media, the Western media, especially Western media, and also the pundit, they have this concept based on the such as diplomats' social media posts. Usually, as I already showed, Zhao Lijie is one of the example with the wolf war represents the wolf war diplomacy. But we just think, okay. In China, there's a very interesting phenomenon is the official statement are very strict according to the party line, but they still also provide a lot of opportunity for the diplomats or certain news media some space to maneuver. So that's why if you look at People's Daily or the Global Times, you will see a lot of huge differences. It's just because People's Daily represent the party line. Global Times also represent also in line with the party line, but they still have a lot of space to elaborate. Sometimes more aggressive, or sometimes a little bit different from shift away from the official line. So then we decided to use the press conference statements, the foreign ministry press conference statement, press conference transcripts for 20 years as the data set for this study. So we want to, these are the research questions. We want to answer some questions. Does the wolf warrior diplomacy signal a more aggressive China or even a revisionist state to the status quo as media and pundits have claimed? Because we want to answer this question, we do not trust those social media posts, or because that's sometimes just a gesture. We want to base on more official lines, especially official documents. And what is the motivation behind wolf warrior diplomacy? And how does wolf warrior diplomacy related to Xi Jinping's thought on diplomacy? First of all, let's look at the foreign policies of Chinese government before Xi. Under Deng Xiaoping's era, there's a 20 character which describe the strategy. Tao Guang Yang Hui, hideout capacity and vital time is the most frequently used terms by a lot of scholars. And Jiang Zemin, a little bit departed from Deng Xiaoping's Tao Guang Yang Hui, a little bit shifted, starting from Jiang Zemin, but still in mainland China, the scholars started to debate whether the diplomacy should stick to Deng Xiaoping's Tao Guang Yang Hui, or they should do more, because China is getting bigger and more influence. And Hu Jintao's era, in Hu Jintao's term, so you can see it's a continuing major country diplomacy, we call it 大国外交. And the defining discourse of the Hu Jintao's diplomacy was the harmonious world, 和谐世界. Yeah, which sent a signal to the world that China was moving into a new stage of development, but not China's threat. It's just because starting from Jiang Zemin's era, there's some voices in the Western called like China's threat. So they try to counter that. And Xi Jinping's presidency invested much of the time and energy in foreign relations compared with his presidencies. And Xi called for distinctive major country diplomacy in 2014. 大国外交 again, and also a major country diplomacy is no longer about managing the relationship with other major powers, but about the diplomacy that suits China's major power status in the world. Simply speaking, in Hu Jintao's era, the Chinese government is trying to integrate it into the international organizations and to be part of the international player. But in Xi Jinping's era, they're trying to make the rule of the international geopolitics. So if you look at Xi Jinping's foreign diplomacy, there is a 人类命运共同体. So it's the building the mankind in common destiny. So there's the community of shared future. You can see the egalitarian. So it's quite a conflict because if you look at Xi Jinping's diplomacy, there's 2 points. One is the win-win situation, especially in the economic cooperation. But on the other hand, he emphasized on dare to fight, 要有斗争精神, dare to fight, especially for the core interest of the Chinese of China. So then came to the problem how to define what are the core interests, 核心利益. So if you look at the official statement on core interests, they're starting from very small scope, only talking about like a Southeast China Sea, and then or at the beginning it's only talking about Taiwan, 一中, and then expanded to like South China Sea, Nanhai, and then nowadays if you're talking about core interests, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, Taiwan, but Taiwan is already there, so Xinjiang, Hong Kong. So there's a more and more core interest to be packed into this concept. And why we choose the MFA, we needed to understand the role of the MFA. So different from other countries, MFA in China is not the policy maker from the first day of the establishment, from the first day. So MFA have the responsibility to advise the CPC on adopting diplomatic strategy principles and policies. The first responsibility of MFA to implement the states, implement the policy. And also there's another role of the MFA is the telling the world what are the foreign policy of the Chinese government or of the CPC. So since the MFA is not responsible for decision making, but has the duty of communicating, MFA and its spokesperson have been very active in telling the China story, and recently is daring to fight for say. 争取话语权, fight for say. So this is also a very clear instruction by the Xi Jinping. You needed to provide our version of the story to the international audiences. And it's not just to explain at the beginning, I mean, especially during the Hu Jintao and the Jiang Zemin's era, MFA always described by the public, the Chinese public, as the ministry of protest. 抗议部, they only like very defensively or to explain what's going on when they facing those criticism. But under Xi Jinping's era, it's a dare to fight, and you need to provide your own version of the story and to tell a better story about China and then make other people to listen. So that's why in certain camp, you can explain why Zhao Lijie and so the spokesperson became more and more aggressive on social media. So that's why we collect 20 years of the transcript of press conference of the NFA, because again, we didn't trust the social media posts. Sometimes we just think that it's like a performance instead of implement the official policy of the CPC. So here are different descriptive, and you can see QA length, the length of the Q&A is getting increasing, especially after 2018. It's getting longer and longer. The answers is getting longer and longer. If we look at Hua Chunyi, compared with her previous spokesperson, they just provide more and more longer and longer answers to the questions, because they just want to provide their own version of the story and want you to listen. And so how to analyze those transcripts? I just keep it as simple. We teach the computer to do the to analyze the sentiment of the transcript. So we manually coded it first, and then teach the computer. Here you can see some examples. It's just because to put it in the media, usually using certain words to describe the statements such as assertive or hostile. So we just teach the computer to differentiate this kind of certain words. And here is the result. It's the percentage of a hostile response by years. So this is the year 2012. 2012 is the Xi Jinping come to power. So very clearly you can see a significant change on the tones of the MFA. And also here we just want to talk the computer to differentiate different topics, because we're really interested in what kind of topics they became more and more hostile, or any differences among different topics. So we actually divided into 10 topics. So for such as like terrorism and human rights. So we're using relative terms to teach the computer to analyze the text. And for example, multilateral cooperation. When we talk about multilateral cooperation, such as 6 parties talk on the Iran nuclear issues, and also the functional words, because we just noticed, like after Xi came to power, the function words of the statements or the their other officials, not only the NFA or the spokesperson, all the Chinese officials are using more and more function words, and so we are quite interested in whether there's an increase in that. So here is the percentage of account of a hostile response by topics. So the most hostile, so you can see terrorism and human rights issue, especially recent years when there's a lot of Q&A related to Xinjiang, and so that's very easily to be understand. And Japan always endure the most hostile response by the NFA. It's just because Argentina, the Second World War, and this is very expected. And Taiwan sovereignty is about Taiwan, especially when the Minjing. It depends on the who are in charge of Taiwan. So during the Ma Ying-jeou era, so the overall tone will be like less hostile. But when the Tsai Ing-wen came to power, or Chen Shui-bian, so then you will see a strong response from the MFA, because this is the core interest of the Chinese government. Here also you can see different topics, and this is Taiwan, One China. You will see such as in 2016 is Tsai Ing-wen. I think Tsai Ing-wen win the election. Yeah, and here is the sovereignty issue. Here is 2012. We'll talk about that later. Why it came together. And here is the functional words. You can see increasing, and terrorism and human rights, especially recent years, Xinjiang and terrorism also related to Xinjiang. And here is the Japanese World War II. It depends on the bilateral relationship between China and Japan. If they're getting well, the attitude, the tone will getting like less hostile. But if there is something happened between China and Japan, then you will see differences. And here increasing is the multilateral foreign relations. Why we were surprised to see it's getting more and more hostile. And I'm going, I'm just explain here. It's just because related to One Belt, One Road. There's a lot of criticism, especially in recent years, from the international media or international community. So when you're facing more criticism, you can see the reaction from the MFA or the Chinese official response will be more hostile than that. Very defensive, sometimes more aggressive. And here is the sovereignty issue. Sovereignty issue, Hong Kong, and then became the sovereignty issue. It's just because they related the social movement to Hong Kong independence, so which is also included helping the increasing of hostility. And also the here you can see the topic is the terrorism. This is from 2001 to 2020. So some findings. Hostility levels in 4 topics have constantly been above the baseline before and after Xi Jinping's presidency. One is the terrorism and human rights, and the other is Taiwan, because of One China policy, and the Japan World War II, Diaoyudao, and a lot of issues, sovereignty issues. So we increase in topic 2 is, again, it's just because of the Xinjiang, the concentration camp issue. And but there is also a few topics which are decreasing. Multilateral cooperation increased hopefully. Oh yeah, again, we just curious why the multilateral cooperation in the recent 2 or 3 years is getting more and more hostile again. So just because of defensive One Belt, One Road. But North Korea nuclear issue and Chinese citizen abroad and the bilateral cooperation as more neutral or even less and less hostile on that. It's just because we think North Korean nuclear issue is like you needed to work with other countries, 6 parties talk again, and which needed the international cooperation. This reflects the egalitarianism of it's like a win-win situation, which is part of the Xi Jinping's diplomacy. So again, to summarize, one is in general, there's a sharp increase in hostility during Xi Jinping's presidency, and no doubt. And two traditional hostile issues that constitute the core interest. One is terrorism and human rights, and the other is Taiwan. So maintain the key interest of the Chinese government. And also hostility in the sovereignty topic, another core interest of China, stay high with a slight increase and little variation during Xi Jinping's presidency. Also, MFA firmly defend any criticism on China. So it all depends, like when the external criticism become more and more harsh, then the response of the MFA or they represent the Chinese government became very more and more defensive or hostility. Our findings would say war diplomacy in the context of Xi Jinping's major country diplomacy and MFA's roles in Chinese foreign affairs. This is what we're going to explore. We demonstrate that MFA as a communicator or equally to the propaganda department strictly follows Xi's instruction. But this is not just the MFA as one government department. If you analyze all other government departments, their official statement or their senior officials' speech, I think you will also notice a very similar change, especially the rhetoric and also the terms they use to follow Xi Jinping's style, because Xi Jinping's speech is more and more like remind us as the Mao era, using a lot of full words and a lot of dare to fight and straightforward. So that's why a lot of people were puzzled, because they think spokesman of MFA should be more polite, and sometimes you need to leave a lot of room for people to interpret. But recently we see they're going more straightforward. And this is quite follow Xi Jinping's instruction, dare to fight, because he wrote the two words in hand and to pass it to the spokesperson, one of the spokesperson of MFA. So the government is award this kind of activity. And also MFA and its diplomats is we call the plainclothes soldier. 不穿衣服的士兵叫不穿衣服的士兵, also the soldier of the country. So which required absolute loyalty to the party. So that's why we can see a huge change. And the increased hostility, we also find that varies, depends on the particular issues. It's not like everything goes to become more hostile. So this provides the Chinese government a lot of room to implement or to change their foreign policy. So for example, maybe they became very tough at day one, but day two, it will be easy for them to change their attitude or change their behavior, and the domestic without any domestic audience cost, because they sending different message. Although the message is quite complicated, there's a conflict between the two messages. Dare to fight to defend your core interests, but on the other hand, China need international win-win situation. We need a cooperation with other countries. It's also good for the country. So to mix the message, so which provided the government a lot of space or room to adjust their policy. And Xi Jinping's diplomacy is also different from his predecessors. no longer about managing relationship with other major power, but about diplomacy that suits Chinese major power status in the world. So this is different because for Xi Jinping is making the rules of the international world or geopolitics instead of just be participants of the already existing like international organizations and as his predecessors did. And a lot of studies think Wolf warrior diplomacy is just responding to Chinese domestic nationalism, but we don't think it's more than that. It's more about how to promote China as the new game maker, the new power which have the ability to rewrite the game in the international arena. And also we see a lot of a negative response to Wolf warrior diplomacy, especially the Western media. They criticize that and also think that China had to pay for that, right? But in fact, we also see like some developing countries who are not satisfied or frustrated with the Western countries. They might be attracted by the Wolf warrior diplomacy. Because they think, okay, finally we'll find a person who dare to say no to the Western, especially to US. And we want to follow China as a the big brother who dare to say no to the Western country, the dominant of the US. So that's why we also see some survey, some countries, actually they increase their positive they're quite in favor of China instead of like developed countries. There's a lot of negative response to this. So before I close my presentation, I just want to share one. If we want to promote our studies, I just want to share what we did. So Monkey Cage of the Washington Post is a column which are run by the scholars. So if your study is quite related to the current issue, especially the headlines, I mean, they emphasize the headlines. So you can pitch, you can send a pitch to the editor. So we sent a pitch of our study 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, then publish this and our ultimate goal is promote our study. But if you look at our analysis, so this was my second try. My first
scroll up so we can see your byline.
Oh no, I didn't catch it. So because there's a lot of ads, so you can I can't capture the whole. So this was my second try. The last time also I used my study to analyze the Xinjiang, what's happening in Xinjiang in 2018 on Washington Post. So I highly recommend my colleagues, if you have your previous study or ongoing study and find it quite related to certain what's going on in this world and make it as the headline, yeah, you can just send a pitch. It's very quick. It's more like a journalist to talk to the editor. You send a pitch, you got the answer yes or no the next day, and then you just go to. So usually only took a few days to publish your article. So yeah, highly recommend. I hope I can see more and more my colleagues' study can be shared in this way. Yeah, thank you. So, the lunch is coming, and that's only if you have question or one question. Yeah.
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. Has it been published already? This study?
Under review.
Under review. There's a methodological question I have, because these are press conferences.
Yeah.
So what kind of questions are asked and by whom? Is that part of the study? Because
yes,
that-
because we can, the
That was my
computer can,
question.
yeah, the computer can tell who asked the questions, but this is not in our, as our variable, this, in this paper. Because we do think about who asked the question and what kind of a question asked by the journalist, because it's the press conference, only the journalists able to attend. It will be also very interesting, but I think that will be our maybe next study.
There's also the
This
way,
is only focus on the answers.
because the way these events are organized.
Yeah.
So even in White House, the president knows the name of the journalist where he or she is
Oh,
from,
yeah.
right? So it's organized, even in, supposed to be.
No. NFA press conference are quite open.
Right.
So at the beginning, they only like several decades ago, say no Q&A session. And then they change it to like once a week, only 1 hour. And nowadays, I mean, in recent years, they hold it like 5 days a week, and you can they answer whatever you ask. So there definitely some pre-arrangement for certain journalists to ask them to ask certain questions, but everyone have the chance to ask a question we want to. But there do have some problem. Some of the questions they disappear in the official transcript, because we scrambled this transcript from the NFA website, and we really realized some of the interaction between the spokesperson and the journalist disappear. Because I went to press conference several times, and I also talked to some journalists. They complain, especially questions about Hong Kong. They said their questions and answers are not be seen on the in the transcript. So that will be a limitation, yeah, because you're not got the full transcript. And what they deleted will be more interesting. Yeah.
It happens very frequently.
Yeah, that's true. And it's also,
deleting question
and also very interesting thing is this is in Chinese. If you look at the English translation, it will be more mild. So there is no feeling of war or hostility. So yeah, so this is it's like a Yang Jiezi talk during the bilateral talk. But if you look at the English translation, it seems quite fine. But if you listen to those Chinese, and you just feel okay, it's not a very diplomatic way. Yeah, so
it can be interesting to see the evolution of the press release.
Yeah,
because they can change.
Yeah, they can change. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Let me try. No, I need this.
Yeah, just to pick up on your last point about. Is it on?
No, it's not.
Yeah, your last point about what is the response to this sort of diplomacy from countries, and you suggested there might be a difference between the West and the rest, so to speak. Right? Just to add a bit more nuance, I suspect that just anecdotally, you might want to factor kind of distance as well. I think the further global South country is from China, I think the easier for China to create a good impression. Generally, countries closer are more fearful. So, for example, wolf warrior diplomacy does not work in Southeast Asia. So, Southeast Asians are generally rightfully afraid of China, mainly because China is on their doorsteps in the South China Sea, building runways in the middle of the water and so on. So, from where I come from, no, this does not go down well.
So, if you look at the survey, Pakistan definitely will be the old friends of China always, but other countries are majority in North America, like Brazil or South America, Brazil, and also a lot of former Soviet Union countries. Yeah, Central Asia countries, they're more in favor of China. So yeah, it depends on the distance and also the political system. Right, I think dictators love China nowadays. It's just it's proof it works a lot. So and a lot of people quite want to follow the model.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Yeah, a really very interesting talk. Yeah, so I found a lot of insights very enlightening. So I was just wondering that now in the current debate that just like the state's motivation, especially in their diplomacy, is like revisionist or status quo oriented. So I think because from this analysis of such a large corpus, then how are you? What's your conclusion? Is what kind of role does China take to this global order? Was it like position itself as a revisionist or status quo? Just especially after entering the Xi Jinping era, because a lot of political scientists, they are now like suggest adopting like not just a binary prism to see whether China is a revisionist or status quo oriented, or rather like multi-dimension to looking into China's revisionist kind of aim to revise the current order. So I was just wondering, through such analysis, such large corpus, what would be your point or arguments?
Yeah, we didn't give the conclusion on this because we think, as you said, there's a lot of dimensions. And on the one hand, Xi Jinping is very practical. So he rather to keep status quo a lot of the issues. But on the other hand, it became more aggressive because she want to implement his grand as the major country. And China must play a more important role to rewritten the international rules, which for the benefits of for the interests of China. So in that sense, you can call him a revisionist. So we didn't give us a conclusion. It's not a binary, and we can see from it's as the hostility is by topics, and you can see the foreign policies, especially Xi Jinping's vision for the future of China, is quite like a practical, and also they have their bottom line thinking. And because of the development of China, the major country mindset, they're less tolerant to criticism, so the response will become more and more. It's not in only I will not use defensive. It's more and more like from the defensive to they want you to listen and they want to say. So yeah, that's the problem of our study, because when we think about our conclusion, we just feel, oh, it's very difficult to answer the question our research question, because it's not that simple simply to be described in one way or another. Yeah, I think it's yeah, I think it's time, because we overrun. I as a timekeeper, as a timer, human timer, I have to say we needed to end our morning session, and I hope you stay with us. Our afternoon session will start at 2. Hello. So welcome back. Let's start our afternoon session. Alice. So afternoon session, we'll talk a lot about COVID-19 and also misinformation.
Could we check whether the people outside can listen to you?
I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, fine,
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. The same system.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so I'm Alice. Today I'm going to talk about media information literacy in Hong Kong amid the pandemic. So as all of you know, in 2019, social movement broke out in Hong Kong, and different kinds of they spread, information, the selected information and images, to swing popular opinion. So this information is part of the game. And in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic came, and another wave of disinformation and fake news hit the city, and Hong Kong really entered the post-truth era. Media information literacy have again at this moment, captured great attention. The purpose of this paper is how media information literacy, we call it MIL, practitioners and the government respond to the infodemic and promote MIL for Hong Kong citizens by adopting a collaborative network approach. In Hong Kong, media literacy has many names that I would like to adopt the UNESCO's terms is media information literacy because it covers more areas. The definition of MIL, media information literacy, is the ability to access, evaluate, and use media information in various forms in a critically effective way. And it does not only deal with media messages, but all kinds of information. Media information literate person should be able to handle messages coming from different sources, such as internet, libraries, museums, and databases, and so on. Well, during the pandemic, most of our social activities move online. Actually, the pandemic has many significant impacts. A major one is the widespread of misinformation and fake news, and the WHO called this the infodemic. And the other one, interestingly, is the pandemic served as an accelerator of smart city. There is a rapid increase in digital media use across all ages, and everybody needs to fast upgrading their digital skills, and it quickens our pace of moving into a smart city. Actually, in the 2017, Hong Kong government has already released the Hong Kong Smart City Blueprint, and amid the pandemic, in 2022 December, the Hong Kong government announced the Hong Kong Smart City Blueprint 2.0 and planned to launch 130 smart city initiatives. What is a smart city? That is to make better use of information and communication technology to boost efficiency and quality of life in respect of security, health, recreations, community service, and so on. In Hong Kong, we follow Boyd Cohen, a smart city model, to develop our smart city 6 areas. And the vision is to embrace innovation and technology to build a world-famous smart Hong Kong, characterized by a strong economy and high quality of living. Actually, many smart city initiatives have already been launched. And in particular, during the pandemic, the government promotes a number of apps among the citizens, such as the Live Home Safe mobile apps and e-health. And all these are used for handling the pandemic. And meanwhile, the pandemic also serves as a promoter of MIL education. In the past, media literacy, media education is just something extra. It's not necessary. That, when the pandemic came, and at this historical moment, MIL education has become a necessity. Because in Hong Kong, we know well that we have to equip the citizens, to cultivate wise media users, with MIL so that they can fight against the fake news. And also we have to equip our citizens with MIL so that they can become competent knowledge workers and smart citizens in the emerging smart cities. So as UNESCO points out, to be truly sustainable smart cities must also be MIL cities. So that's why we need media information literacy for all citizens. So let's take a look at how the MIL practitioners in Hong Kong respond to these, pandemic, impacts. I'm always curious, how MIR education is launched in different regions and countries. For example, in Taiwan, MIR education is strongly endorsed by the Ministry of Education. It is in a top-down manner, and it is already included in the Taiwanese national curriculum. And in the Philippines and Japan, MIR programs are promoted by one or two major non-governmental organizations, so it is in a radiated form. And in China, the first wave of MIR education in China is university-driven. But in Hong Kong, it is different. So I use a collaborative network model to conceptualize and summarize the MIR programs, in Hong Kong. We can see various groups, organize their activities and cooperate at the same time. They also work with the government. And the advantage of the collaboration is to promote the mission and philosophy of media information literacy, and also share practical ideas, resources, and talents. And we can see the collaborative network, it is bottom-up, voluntary, and informal. And the organizations and the practitioners, MIR practitioners, they work together through organizational connection or personal social linkage. And they share the knowledge, the vision, the resources, and the talents, expertise. And these organizations include the education bureaus, schools, universities, museums, religious groups, NGOs, and even IT groups. I will talk a little bit more about the IT groups. And they cooperate one another, in many, in different, programs. And these arrows indicated their partnership. And let me elaborate a little bit about their work. So as you know, in the pandemic, we already have developed several fact-checking centers in Hong Kong, including the Colloquium and the fact check lab and any lab for the Hong Kong U as well as ours, the Hong Kong BU fact check service, and they also have their partners. And this is for the general public, these fact check centers. But as we know, although Hong Kong MIR is for everybody, but the students and young people are always the major target group. And we can see the universities, and professors as well as the school teachers, they put forward during the pandemic, put forward a lot of media education programs, particular fact check programs for the students and young people. And in our university, we also have the MIR surface learning program. We training our students to teach the primary and secondary schools, students, about, fact checking and media literacy. And many NGO as well, they cooperate together with the university professors. And so they put forward a lot of media education program, including digital detox and comic competition on MIR. And the Education Bureau during the pandemic also updating their policy document, calling Information Literacy Framework for Hong Kong students, and to encourage all schools in Hong Kong to teach about MIR. And also there are a lot of professional development programs for school teachers. The Education Bureau and also the Hong Kong News Expo. I helped the Hong Kong News Expo to draft a proposal, and luckily they got the funding, 1.4 million funding from the Education Bureau to conduct the MIR project this year. And it is about teacher training workshops and MIR curriculum development. And social workers are also our target, the targets. And so the Chinese University Mass Media Academy, working together with the Hong Kong Council of Social Service to train social workers about MIR and fact checking. Women's groups as well. I really like this. This is the Chinese university professor has an innovative fact check, programs for the women's groups. And she used, in Hong Kong, the women's group, the housewives, the mothers, they know a lot about the Chinese medicine, Zhongyi. And so they are familiar with that. And so she used, all these Chinese medicine metaphor, okay, and to teach about the fact check steps. And so I think it is quite, cultural based strategy to teach about, analyzing misinformation and fake news. We don't forget the senior citizens, because according to many research saying that the senior citizens are very vulnerable, for misinformation, particularly through, WeChat and WhatsApp. So that's why many practitioners also use cultural specific graphic promotion to reach them, and that is what we call 整补头. The religious group. So even the religious group, they're talking about mindfulness for the fact check. And personally, I'm very interested in mindfulness, and I also include, positive psychology in MIL, programs. The Society for Truth and Light, that is, they also provide a lot of media literacy programs for Christian schools. Parents coming from all walks of life, and they're all. There are also a lot of programs for them, and I also help the Education Bureau to build parents' video for fact checking. So MIL education actually depends on multiple partnership. And so as I just mentioned, there are a lot of stakeholders, in Hong Kong, media literacy education actually carried out by a number of organizations, and lately, particularly including the student groups. There are a number of characteristics of this collaborative network. It is an optimal voluntary network without a leading organization. The connection is informal. The civil society work together with the governments, and there are these organizations come from a wide variety of sectors. And these organizations serve as hubs to provide support to individual teachers, schools, and parents groups. And those activities are carried out in both informal and informal settings. And the contents are diversified. So during the pandemic, we can see the MIL education in Hong Kong is quite culturally based, community based across all ages. It is multiple disciplinary and also tech driven. But we can see we're moving into the post-pandemic Hong Kong, and it is going to have be smart cities. And the COVID-19 pandemic has reshaped the media industry and information sectors, totally changed. So that's why we can see media information literacy education have to change in many ways. So that's why here I put forward the 4R strategy to cope with the new scenario and the emerging smart city. And this including relearn the media logic, redesign the MIL curriculum, and redevelop the pedagogy, as well as relocate the MIL field in city planning. So first of all, let's take a look at relearn the media logic. Yeah, because we are moving into an all internet world. Well, in the past, MIL education practitioners and scholars, they know the mass media well, but not many of them. They are very familiar with the new technologies, such as the artificial intelligence, algorithm, ideals, and big data, and how to deconstruct all those so-called deepfake. So they have to learn the new grammar and the new media. So for teacher training, they also have to learn the knowledge of all those new things. And actually, in the coming years, coming 3 years, the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups, in Hong Kong, we call it 香港青年協會. They are going to launch a media and artificial intelligence literacy MAIL program. They got the funding, from the government. And they're going to have partnership with an AI company, that is SenseTime. And SenseTime, I think it is coming from the engineering department of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Yeah. So they have a very good partnership. Yeah, and they are going to launch this MAIL program, in the coming years. And of course, the MIL curriculum have to be updated so that it can accommodate the new technological environment. Actually, the UNESCO is going to launch the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. That is the 2nd edition. About 1 year ago, I went to Serbia, to join their consultation meeting. We have a brainstorming and we discussed, we really have to, accommodate, the new technological environment. The MIL curriculum have to be, redesigned, in many ways. And also the artificial intelligence and MIL handbook was also launched lately. And so all these will be the good reference, for the local media literacy practitioners. And actually, the Hong Kong FYG Chinghip, and they have a very good program of community of practice for primary and secondary school teachers. They work together with the Hong Kong Association for Computer Education. They build up a WhatsApp platform so that they can easily exchange lesson plans among the teachers and also work on the curriculum. And as I mentioned before, the Hong Kong News Expo is going to have the trial school cooperative curriculum development project. It is going to be launched. I will work with them, in this summer. And the third one is redevelop the pedagogy. Because online learning, experiential learning, and surface learning has become the trend. And MIL webinar will replace many offline workshops. And so that is, we will use, many ways, surface learning, for example, to educate, our young people. And also the video, short film, comics, and animation will be serve as the teaching materials and as like this. That is a project and project net from NGOs. They use animation to talk about MIL. And we also have to relocate the field to MIL in city planning. In the past, when we talk about MIL, very often we just say, well, we are going to train wise media users, and that's it. But right now, because of the pandemic, because of all these rapid technological changes, and we can see we are not only training smart media users. We are going to cultivate, smart citizens, in a smart city. And a media information literate citizen should also be able to use the new media technologies for self-expression, creativity, and knowledge production, or even, going to, in many sectors, business sectors, they have to contribute as well. Well, according to Boyd Cohen, urban strategies, smart city development has moved through 3 generations. The first generation is technology-driven, that is version 1.0. And the other one is technology-enabled and city-led, version 2.0. And the third one is citizen cooperation. So the version 3.0 refers not to how city leaders implement their personal visions, but rather to collaborating with citizens to understand what kind of city they want to build. So if Hong Kong and other cities, if we really want to build smart city which is sustainable. So that is very important for us, to cultivate media information literate citizens who can participate with common goals and for public good. Well, the Hong Kong experience I just shared is not unique because MIRA is already a necessity for every country. In the past, MIRA is very often mainly for students and teachers, but now it should be for everyone and by everyone. And practice the 4R strategy I just mentioned is really a big challenge. That's why it's really need cooperation of all stakeholders from both local and global communities, to achieve our goal. So that's why, in Hong Kong, we also established a link with UNESCO, MIRA Alliance, and US International Council for Media Literacy, as well as the Media Literacy Research Base in Beijing as well. So, well, that is what I want to share today. Thank you very much.
Yes. So let's stop sharing so we can see people on Zoom and colleagues, students here. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the sharing, Alice. So I just have a quick question. So general question. So you adjust AI, the relationship between the AI and the MIL. So I was wondering how can AI can improve the MIL, and on the other side, how can MIL can like improve the maybe ethics in AI in this both ways? Yeah, just wondering what's your comments.
Well, because in the past, we in the MIL curriculum we certainly talked about AI, and right now we think that data literacy, algorithm literacy becomes more and more important, and they are using the AI technology. So that's why it's very important for our students, and particularly young people, and to understand, AI and understand how algorithm, for example, on Facebook, they can select, posting for us, and how can we respond to all those, advertisement, on social media as well. So actually, it is talking out, to understand, the AI's role in our lives, and also, how to take care of all those, analyze all those data information coming from the social media, empowered, by AI as well. And and of course, AI actually can be beneficial as well. On the one hand, it calls, in the coming smart city, we concern very much about the piracy issues, and also the surveillance issues. So that's why, how can we protect ourselves, So on the one hand, we can use AI well, but and on the other hand, we can defend ourselves, protect ourselves. And also, I think we do not have a completely negative, ideas, about AI. So when I ask my students in my class, I ask them to give me a AI appreciation index, 1 to 10. So most of them give me a 7, 8, or even 9.
In
Okay.
terms of in terms of
AI appreciation index, because there are pros and cons, about AI.
Okay.
Then I ask them, how do you like it, or do you like it or not? That is I call it appreciation index. And most of the young people in many classes, I ask these questions. They gave me a very high rating about AI. But actually, whether they really fully understand the impact of AI on us. So that's why we think we have to educate them. So that is part of the curriculum of MIL as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice. So, Celine?
Yeah. So the topic I'd like to share with the colleagues today is the dynamics of public attention to COVID-19 vaccines. Actually, it is not my current research interest because several students, they'd like to start a research project. So I chose this topic, hope to fit their research areas as well as their research interests. So that's why I proposed this topic. And this is work in progress and at the early stage. So first, let me introduce a bit about the background. So this study basically would look into the three regional contexts, that is the United States, the United Kingdom, and Hong Kong. I think we are quite familiar with the situation about the vaccination in these three contexts, about the source of vaccines. So United States is domestic and United Kingdom is domestic plus imported, and in Hong Kong, it is completely imported. So about the public acceptance of the vaccination, the United States vaccine hesitancy, now we refer to it like a partisan pandemic. So the vaccine hesitancy is splitting dangerously along the partisan lines. And according to a global survey just done in earlier this year, among all the countries surveyed in the global attitudes towards vaccines conducted by the Imperial College of London, and UK is a country that has the largest number willing to have a coronavirus vaccine. And Hong Kong, the overall vaccine acceptance rate, and up to now, there was a survey conducted last year. The overall vaccine acceptance rate after adjustment for population distribution was about 37%. So this is the COVID-19 vaccines currently in use in these three regions. And this was a figure plotting the COVID-19 vaccination in the US, UK, and HK, and as of the May 26, 2021, so it is a recent one. So you can see here the share of people who received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine. So you can see United Kingdom ranking the highest. Let's speak a bit about vaccine hesitancy. And actually, before this pandemic, there has been abundant research actually about vaccine hesitancy, not about COVID-19 hesitancy alone. But there has been a lot of research addressing the public acceptance of vaccines in general. And so the defined as a delaying acceptance or refusal of vaccines despite availability of vaccine services. And actually point we want to make here is vaccine hesitancy is not a uniform belief system, but rather consists of narratives and tropes that revolve around common themes. Let's take COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy, for example. According to the recent research, a subset research has identified the ways like vaccine hesitancy consists of a number of narratives and tropes. So basically, the key common narratives that have been identified in this COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy, for example, there are vaccine injuries and corrupt elites and heroes and freedom fighters and sinister motives. So mostly each of these narratives actually address a separate antagonist. For example, the antagonist that has been addressed includes the government and the medical establishment, as well as a shadow or unknown villain and the vaccine itself. And about the themes that has been addressed most often include, for example, it's like safety and trust and authority figures and political skepticism, and as well as legal liability. So here are some common causes of vaccine hesitancy. Because of the time limit here, I won't address it in details, but for example, it's like misinformation, negative social norms, and cultural influences. So let's contextualize it about the public trust and acceptance of vaccines. The first is Hong Kong. So under the Hong Kong's vaccine hesitancy, there is a distrust of authority, as we know. But according to the survey, government recommendation is the strongest predictors of vaccine acceptance during this pandemic. And the distrust resulting from a lack of confidence and skepticism with regard to the government's value. In terms of the UK, actually UK witnessed a compromise between parties and showed a higher consensus on vaccine acceptance across ideologies, despite its partisan politics. So influence of trust in political related factors is not as crucial as trust on scientists and professionals on COVID-19 vaccine acceptance. In the United States, as we spoke, a lot of people have referred to it as a partisan pandemic. So political characteristics such as party affiliation was significantly related to people's willingness to receive vaccination. And support for government and left and right ideology could explain the differences in public acceptance on COVID-19 vaccine. And so Democrats are usually more confident about vaccines, and whereas Republicans showed more distrust on science. When talking about vaccine hesitancy in the current era, social media perhaps plays a very, very notable role. As we said, that there has been abundant literature addressing vaccine hesitancy prior to this pandemic. And several of the notable findings I list here, for example, is like pro and anti-vaccination sentiments are highly polarized, for example, on Facebook, and such polarization has increased over the years. And as well, such polarization exists on YouTube, Instagram, other kinds of social networking sites, as well as blogs. And anti-vaccination, such extremist groups deliberately use social media to disseminate these messages by bots and trolls. And that's why there are lots of misinformation studies done with regard to this kind of vaccine hesitancy. And there is also another line of literature about the spread of vaccine hesitancy on social media, which I will not speak in details here. So I'd like to talk more about our study. So in order to understand the flow of information related to the vaccine issues across different media platforms, theoretically, intermediate agenda setting provides a very useful framework for us to understand the flow of information across multiple media outlets. We are very familiar with the agenda setting in academic literature. Traditional agenda setting research usually examines the transfer of issue salience between the media and public agenda. So about the correlation between media agenda and public agenda. But intermediate agenda setting was proposed to concern the transfer of issue salience and the issue contagion among different kinds of media outlets. That's related to the so-called hybrid media system, because the social networking sites and a lot of newer media just emerged to the forefront. So a lot of political communication scholars have proposed and use this concept hybrid media system as approach that stress the interconnection and interdependence of all these kind of different media platforms. So there is an interaction among the different kinds of like older media logics, which I will talk later in details, and newer media logics. So this kind of framework, like intermediate agenda setting, is playing how media contents influence or related to other media contents and attribute the source of the media agenda to other kinds of the media. And also people like to talk about a kind of like democratic potential of participatory digital culture, because there's a kind of bottom-up intermediate process. We are all familiar with the top-down intermediate process in the traditional media era, because the information usually flows from the traditional, like the mainstream media, to other kind of social media. That is a top-down intermediate process. But now with the emergence of social media sites, there's a kind of bottom-up intermediate process. That is, information can flow from the social media and online forum to the traditional like news websites and this kind of mainstream media. So there is a dual way of traffic, So realizing that collectively, like existing findings suggest that the information can flow both upward and downward in the current media landscape. And most of this kind of intermediate agenda setting studies were conducted in the US context, but relatively very few studies has been done with regard to Hong Kong. And there are some studies done in terms of the UK. So the two theses I was meriting here, one is a reinforcement thesis, is whether the social media online forum simply reflects or normalize the conflicting views of vaccine represented on traditional news media, functioning as a reinforcing mechanism, or there is a conflicting or competing thesis, that is a diversification thesis. That is, by giving voice to the lay people, social media actually play an equalizing role, opening up opportunities for those underrepresented in the traditional media. So that's the two theses we want to test in terms of vaccine issues. So here is our research agenda. As I said, this is a work in progress. So now we're currently doing that. It's a project. So we have like several research questions and hypotheses in our agenda. So first of all, the first question we have in mind is how news coverage and online public discussion of COVID-19 vaccines are related to the events in the vaccine timeline as large-scale vaccination among the general public actually expands. And the second set of research questions we want to address revolve around the observed patterns of public and media attention. So the observed patterns actually reflects the typical scholarly concern that is the issue attention area. So mainly it's comprised of two main questions we have in mind. The first of all is a diffusion of attention. Who sets agenda in the hybrid media system? Because this hybrid media system comprises of traditional media and social networking sites and online forum. And we want to test the question we have in mind is, does evidence of time series linkage of issue attention run from traditional media to the online forums or the other way around? And the second area of question we want to address is a contagion of frames, because attention is only about the issue salience, it's only about the topical concerns. But what we care more is about how the social media actors and how traditional media actors and how different actors actually frame the issue and give meaning to the vaccine issues in the hybrid media system. So this is a second, the further dimension we want to explore. So to put it specifically, the questions we have in mind is, does evidence of time series linkage of issue framing run from traditional media to online forums or the other way around? So the third question is, we want to test a similar or different patterns across Hong Kong, the United States, and the UK. And as I just introduced in the context, because each region has its own context and vaccine hesitancy is very context dependent. So our research question have in mind is, within the US, Hong Kong, and the UK, what is the relative prevalence of the vaccine hesitancy on internet discussion forums, as well as the traditional news media? Mainly we will use like the news media websites. And finally, our research project will move from attention to the issue attention dynamics to another cycle, that is issue attention action cycle. We are also collecting the actual vaccination behaviors in these three regions. So we want to linking the digital trace data with the actual vaccination data to test this kind of issue attention action cycle, to link the media public attention with the actual behavior in three regions. So this is all the questions we have in our research agenda. And for the data collection, we have almost completed all the data collection parts and still doing, but for the data analysis, we just started. Yeah, but for data collection, we have completed. So our data sources mainly include news articles from the traditional media outlets, as well as vaccine-related discussion posts from the online discussion forums rather than Twitter, because in Hong Kong, Twitter is a much less used social networking site. And as for Facebook, what we can collect is Facebook public pages. And for the private, like the data of Facebook, we cannot get access to it. So we use the equivalent like LHKG for Hong Kong and Reddit for United States and UK. And for we also collected to test our issue attention cycle. We also are collecting the vaccine-related statistics, which includes confirmed cases and the vaccination data, a temporal longitudinal one. So some basic analysis that has been done here. So the first analysis we actually want to do is about argument mining. We are now first use like internet discussion forums. So what we are doing here is actually we only picked out the discussion post in which vaccine was debated in these online forums. So we extract the topics, discussion topics from this discussion post in which vaccine was debated. And then we will manual code this post ranked as the most typical for extracted topics. So we will manually identify a set of semantically coherent arguments. For example, we will identify salient narratives and rhetoric styles common to anti-vaccine and COVID denialist arguments. Just as I give the example at the very beginning, for example, it's like the political skepticism, and as well as the trust, and a lot of such related salient narratives and anti-vaccine arguments. And then we will organize them according to the theme, imagined antagonist, and frequency. Later will be used for the machine learning approaches to this kind of argument detection. So this is the first thing we are doing here. And the next is to answer our second set of research questions. To solve that, we are using like topic modeling to capture the major topics capturing COVID-19 vaccination in mainstream news coverage, as well as forum discussion. And we will track how these topics vary in line in the events in the vaccine timeline. So basically, we will use structural topical modeling, and then to detail how events actually in the vaccine timeline will associate with the topic prevalence. So linear regression models will be generated with expected topical proportions for each topic as the dependent variables, and the vaccine events as the main and explanatory variables. And surely we will have additional covariates, for example, as the new COVID-19 cases and the deaths and post type and such things. So this is the first part about the topic modeling. And then because what we have in hand is online discussion forum data, we will also try to conduct a social network analysis here. But for the social network analysis here, the connection we will play focus on, the node, the unit of analysis will not be like the user. What we care is about, in Hong Kong's case, is platform, and in the United States case, it will be the subreddits. So the node would be the subreddits and or the platform. So we actually, what we want to examine here is to determine the relationship between the different Reddit and HKG communities, that is subreddits and platforms that shared COVID-19 vaccine posts, and the movement of this post between the subreddits and platforms. So we want to see how this kind of information flow among this kind of different sub-communities in these online forums. And finally, we will actually conduct a time series analysis. And first of all, we will use like conducting a Boolean search that contain key terms and phrases relevant to each frame to identify the vaccine hesitancy frames. So based on our preliminary findings done from the online forums. And then we will use like the framework of Kronger causality to analyze the time correlation frames between the mainstream news coverage and online forum discussions. So finally, we will capture the interplay between media attention, public attention, and vaccinations, using the time series analysis. So that's the research agenda now we have in mind. And so this is so this is work in progress, and we're looking forward to having more results, and perhaps we and then we can have more ideas to improve our research design. So that's all for my sharing.
Okay. You stop sharing the screen so we can take the participants and questions.
Hi, Celine, this is there. Thank you for a very interesting study.
Thank you, Daya.
I like the comparative aspect of it, but I also have a problem with the inclusion of Hong Kong in it, because as you know, there is a further complication in case of Hong Kong. It's not just that there is a skepticism about the authorities in Hong Kong, but also the fact that a large number of people are being asked to take a vaccine which is Chinese made and not Pfizer. Something which you don't have in UK or US. So, I mean, I think that's the fundamental difference, and I don't know how you're going to address that as a methodological issue and also as a contextual issue in your research. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Daya, for the question. Yes, actually, this would perhaps be contextual factors we will consider in our data collection. For example, so it's like a question now, just previously we had about the data collection is we use like a certain, for example, a vaccine name in retrieve the data, we can find a large amount of data. But for example, if we do not use like but such cases will not happen to UK or US if we use like a specific vaccine, and this will not be like retrieve like the same amount of data as in Hong Kong. But in Hong Kong, we can see like the government, like the people's preference of a certain type of a certain vaccine will give a problem of such a data collection problem. So that's indeed will be a contextual issue and factor, particularly in terms of our data collection process. So yes, this would be a contextual factors we will take into consideration. But our research basically would look into like public perception of this kind of vaccines. And perhaps this will be a very interesting issue later we will explore is how Hong Kong's public actually perceive like each particular kind of like vaccine at different stage. For example, it's like last year or earlier this year, people's attitude towards the two kinds of vaccines, now most popular vaccines in Hong Kong, perhaps vary a lot just across the timeline. So this is also a research question we will be very interested in.
Hello, I think it's really for interesting sharing. Maybe my question is not closely related to the topic, just out of curiosity. You know, in Hong Kong last week, I guess an estate developer raised like a lottery, like a lottery. If you get vaccine, you got the opportunity to get an apartment. So this is kind of a little bit like the top-down measures, not only by the government, but also by the business sectors.
If you are a corporation.
Okay, I mean, yeah, maybe there's some connection, but I mean, the initiative is still, it looks like a business activity, no matter how the business persons may think of their things. Do you observe similar phenomena also with this kind of top-down measures in UK or in the US?
Yeah, because we are still at the stage of collecting the data, so we actually have not like made the actual analysis. But this would be a very interesting question because what we will also look into is the diffusion of this kind of attention among different actors. For example, the political actors, and also as Xin just said, it's business sector. And another is the medical establishment. So it would be very interesting to see whether such kind of influence of the business sector in affecting the agenda also exists in the US and UK. But still, we will have to wait for the analysis is done because currently we've only collected the data. So we will do the analysis at a later stage. Yeah, but this is also very interesting question we have in mind.
No answer. Right now.
Can I just answer Xinzhi's question? Okay, in the UK, actually, first of all, they were, thinking of issuing so-called vaccine passport in the country. But even that, this morning, we heard the latest development saying that it was very difficult, or I would say the government is not confident to pass the law or to change the law in order to do this. So in a way, they've already kind of scrapping the idea. But having said that, of course, the vaccination is the I would say the key for the international travelers in the UK, from UK to some European countries. So I mean that in a way is a big incentive already. But certainly locally, I would say there's no need for the government to offer any bribery or whatever. In the way, because what happened in the UK in terms of the outbreak of COVID-19, we all realize that there's an urgent need for us to do the jab. So I think the situation is a bit different. But in Hong Kong, you have seen even MTR just announced they're offering 500 free tickets, annual free tickets, to the vaccinated people. Yeah, so I think the situation is a bit different. Yeah, I heard in the US, they are also, I mean, of course, it's come from state to state, but then some governments do actually offer some kind of, I would say, a special privilege.
Incentive.
Yeah, incentives, because it's like, for those vaccinated people, you can then go to the football stadium or to buy tickets or whatever, or without wearing masks. Yeah, so I think the way they are, but not as a financial incentive we are talking about here.
I think actually that there is a high chance that, according to the Greek media, that the vaccination passport from UK, it was an idea of Greece because they wanted tourists, so they went to EU. And I think it was around even from April, and they start promoting that idea in order people actually to go for tourism. And many people living in the country got mad. But I think that they passed something like a digital passport, but I think some countries, if they're willing to do so.
So the lottery, all the vaccination book has been fully booked. But not all, but compared to the normal. I fact check that news. I go to the vaccination resident website. Yes, they are increasing book.
Celine, I have one question. So
yeah,
your study Reddit and GoDaddy. So those are all user-generated content, right? So
yeah.
Actually, so correct me if I'm wrong. Your study the perception. So what would be the other variables? I mean, such as public policy, or I mean, independent of variables. So like public trusting government, government policy, business strategy, or yeah, because so far I can see you're trying to analyze the perceptions of the public, but what are the indicators or the variables which impact those perceptions, and why you put Hong Kong together with as Daya said. So put Hong Kong with US and the UK all together to do the comparative study.
Because actually, we will not, the focus of this study, as I said, is different from the traditional agenda setting. Traditional agenda setting perhaps more looks into the political agenda and the media agenda and public agenda. But what we want to test here is a kind of intermediate agenda setting, is to see the flow of information across like different media platforms. So the government actors would be hard to explore because we do not have the data sets now in our currently. We only have like the news data. So the news data as well as the online forum data. So what we can address here is the media coverage. It's like media perspective in terms of the COVID-19 vaccine, and as long as like the public, the general public, but I would not say the general public, but it's like a special segment of the public as represented by the Reddit users as well as HKG users, because they are only one segment of the general public, but we want to test this kind of online public opinions using the online social media platforms. But it's like the government attention would not be something that we would be able to approach in our study, because we do not have such a data set to represent the government voice. And perhaps like the next stage, I'm thinking of like this morning you talked about like the government like spokespersons. So we perhaps we will later to look into like press releases. Or for example, it's like some of scholars also, for example, they use quotes in the news articles from the government actors, and that is also a possible way. But for the current research design, what we focus is the intermediate agenda setting process. That is a flow of information between the different media platforms. So it's a flow of media attention and public attention. So it's like the government attention, that part, the political agenda would not be something that we will include in our study. Yeah, but because for Hong Kong, what we are very interested to see is a kind of like the political the trust, because as I said, in the US and the UK, the partisan politics is like you can see US is a typical case of this kind of partisan pandemic, but in UK, it's not that evident because in UK it shows a very strong consensus despite its partisan politics. But in Hong Kong, it seems to us that but here is not only a very intuitive feeling that it's a kind of combination because of the previous protests and all these issues, like people's attitudes towards government plays a role, but not that strong as in the US in shaping people's current perceptions and attitude and acceptance of vaccination. So it's somewhere lies in between the UK case and the US case in our understanding. So that's why we want to because it's also a kind of partisan politics plays in here. So we want to test these 3 cases in terms of that. And also because it's what we use here is LIHKG. And we found a lot of very interesting things about this vaccine hesitancy arguments in terms of the Hong Kong people's the vaccine hesitancy, because previously a lot of studies has been done as with regard to this kind of vaccine hesitancy in terms of US and UK. So you can see a lot of such arguments and that has been analyzed in terms of US and UK. But in Hong Kong, such studies have not been done. And as I said, it's like this kind of trust plays a very important factor in affecting this kind of public acceptance. So we want, that's why part of this study, we will also use the discourse study, discourse analysis to analyze more about this kind of trust and how trust affects this kind of vaccine hesitancy. So what we have in mind to do a comparative study is at least 2 objectives. One is to see the first, as I said, because it's like partisan politics plays a role. It's like Hong Kong seems to lie in between US and UK. So we want to make a comparison between these 3 cases along this timeline. And another thing is about the vaccine hesitancy. We want to see how Eastern value and Western value about this trust play a role in shaping the different forms of vaccine hesitancy in this case.
Okay, thank you, Celine. So thanks for your presentation. Okay, now Steve.
Okay, thank you, Celine, for a good presentation in quarantine. First off, happy International Children's Day to some participants here and those of you who have little pampered brats. Now, what is to be reported here is actually the result of my CFRG Little Pet project. The data for this research that we're going to report today mainly came from a omnibus survey where we hitched a hike with Nick John when he was doing the massive, funded by the school, a massive survey commissioned to HKU's public opinion scheme, now changed to something else. A couple of years ago when I was preparing this, Angela Wong was the research assistant. And she put in a lot of work, actually an awesome amount of work. And so I thought maybe I'll invite her to give the presentation, and then I'll take the easy questions. She'll do the hard ones. I'm doing this also in keeping with the recent ICA, where I noticed most of the first authors asked their second or third authors to do the presentation. So I'm going to sit back and relax, and let's have Angela Wong do the presentation.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, I will share my screen. Okay, as Professor Guo mentioned, this project was part of his CFRG project. As you can see from the cover page and the title of the project was about the gap, not the gap between the platform and the trend though, although I think the MTR gap is more important. The main conceptual thrust of this study revolves around a discrepancy that exists between public normative expectations of media and their evaluation of media's actual performance. We call this phenomena double E gap, EE gap. So in this paper, our task is to first define and dimensionalize the gap or the gaps. And then we want to build a theoretical connection between the gaps and their impact on people's assessment of media credibility. Basically, the consequence of the gap. Okay. What motivated us to do this research was our observation of the increasing public in Hong Kong. The fact that TVB becomes CCTVB is a case in point. Because of TVB's political pro-establishment political stance. And also, here's another case. This is a screen capture of a negative or abusive comments, actually, appearing on Hong Kong 01 News under a piece of story about government's encouragement of vaccination against the COVID-19. As you can see, probably, I will not translate one by one, but I will summarize it. Basically, citizens did not only distrust the government, but also they thought that the media was spreading the news at the expense of their lives. So it is quite obvious that the discrepancies exist between audience expectations of what journalists ought to do and evaluations of what they actually do. It is also apparent that media fail to live up to the normative expectations in the public mind. As you can see from this 2x2 table, we horizontally we try to compare the expectation and evaluation gap, and vertically we're trying to contrast how audience treat their own media and media in general, all media basically. So Hong Kong 01, if they read every day, they consume every day, that's their own media, and all media in Hong Kong, that's all media in general, media as an institution. We have reason to hypothesize that here, when A equals C, basically, that is to say people's expectation about their own media and all media are the same. People generally hold normative expectations about media. And under this condition, we expect that A is greater than B and C is greater than D. And also apart from this, we also believe that D is greater than B. That is to say, people value the specific media they regularly consume every day more than a vague and generic idea of media as an institution. Sort of like my mother is better than other mom, no matter what. And we try to connect three bodies of literature to connect the dots. And those literature are about journalistic professional roles, information processing styles of audience, and the media credibility, of course. In fact, studies have documented the gaps between journalists and audience about professional role performance. Weaver and Williott, they are very outstanding, and they did a lot of work in this. But very little study have said something about the EE gap, the gap between the expectation and evaluation in audience mind. So we try to do this, we try to build this gap. And also, we try to find the sources of expectation and evaluation. We believe that sources of audience expectations and evaluations are socially constructed. Basically, the socialization process and social system, Hong Kong system, China mainland system, or US system, the system told the audience what they should think about media practitioners. In the West, and also in Hong Kong, we believe the general source is the normative concerns about human rights, about freedom, inherently linking to the broader notion of universal values. However, in their practicality, in practice, everyday practice, journalists hold their own routines and were under time pressure to produce news. We think this means that what audience think about journalism and what journalists actually do are naturally unequal. So this is a source of the gap. Moreover, variations in the size of the evaluation expectation gap could lead to audience different assessment about media credibility. Basically the trust issue or distrust issue we mentioned earlier. We believe the wider the evaluation expectation gap, the lower the perceived credibility. Also, mental proximity matters. People tend to hold higher standards, therefore higher EE gaps and low credibility assessment about media in general than their own media. On the part of the audience, the patterns of information processing plays an important moderator role, we believe. From the information processing literature, we learned that audience were divided into different groups, and those groups are not overlapping. Those groups can be divided into those who actively seek and integrate information. They are more rational, and those skimmer or skipper who glean the news just to fulfill the sensory gratification needs. Put it simply, we in study into active and passive audience, active information seeker and passive information receiver. So here's our theoretical model. This one is the most important core of the theoretical model. And we asked 2 questions and proposed the 3 research hypotheses. Basically, we want to know whether empirically we want to test or confirm the expectation and evaluation gap. And we want to know how would this gap influence or impact on the credibility assessment of audience. And we believe that, or we hypothesize that the information processing style, active or inactive, of audience would be a moderator of this relationship. Okay. So about our data, as Professor Guo mentioned, we commissioned Hong Kong Public Opinion Research Institute to conduct a random survey for us between September and October 2020. That's when the pandemic was outburst and when the public needed more transparency and information. We received 700 valid responses. To test our first research question and first hypothesis about the gap, the existence of the gaps, we use the same measurement, 6 dimensions of the professional roles. We use the same measurement, but different ways of questioning in the survey. About, we ask the audience whether they think journalists should do the following thing, and whether the journalist or journalism they consume really fulfilled the following dimensions. And here's the result. We can see from the table gaps among the 6 indicators here, the difference. We subtract the evaluation from expectation, and we found the gap. So the among the 6 indicators, the gaps exist. And the biggest gap exists within the fairness in coverage, and the smallest, lowest gap is within the supervision of power. So we probably can say that audience in Hong Kong don't assume the supervision or work anymore, or they had a lower expectation about this kind of watchdog role of journalism or media. We also ran a factor analysis to see if the difference in audience exists. active, inactive, passive audience. The result confirms our suspicion about typologies of information processing strategies. They are active information seeker here, and they are passive information receiver. We believe this difference would moderate the double E gap and assessment on credibility. So we ran the regression analysis to prove that. As you can see from the table, the higher the gap would lead to here. The higher the gap would lead to the lower assessment about media credibility, negatively connected. And this is particularly true to audience own media in contrast to general media. So here's more significant than general media. So that means mental proximity matters. People love their mother than other mothers, no matter what. Also, when we add information processing style as moderator here, the significance only exists among audience who pass judgment on their own media. Active information seekers tend to hold higher gaps and higher assessment about their own media. The contrary is true among passive information receiver. Here, so this is a conclusion. So for this study, we confirmed the existence of the gap, the expectation and the evaluation gap. And also we try to dimensionize those gaps. We see the difference of the dimensions. And also I think what's interesting here, we found that different audience are not dopes. The different audience will treat media differently, and also their mental proximity matters. So they treat their own media and the general media in different attitude. And I think because of the social change and legislative change that happened in Hong Kong, data and our research result can play as a record for the future journalism and public opinion research. Because this study was conducted before the implementation of national security law. Okay, thank you very much. That's what I want to share today. So I will stop.
Yeah, please stop sharing. And colleagues, people online. Steve, after Angela did the presentation, maybe you can give us more background information, why you did this study, and what are the differences between your findings compared with, oh, okay, we have one.
Well, actually, it's been on my mind for quite a long time, that because everybody knows in Hong Kong that Apple Daily readers have the habit of reading the paper while wearing the paper all the time. The existing, at least one theoretical explanation for that kind of phenomenon is the need for cognition. That the need for cognition drives this kind of peculiar behavior where you are obsessed with a particular kind of media while you're dissatisfied with it. But I don't quite like this explanation. My own thinking here is that people swear not because they don't like the paper, but because they like it very much. They swear to show their own moral standards. See, I'm above this. I'm better than this. You know, and nobody would admit that they pay more attention to the, you know, the checkout tabloids at the checkout than the proper newspaper. So I think this is very important that people have this spectator mentality, that they like to, that's something I always say, that is, they like tense moments, They like scandals. They like disasters and miseries, particularly when they themselves are kept at a safe distance. So it's that. And also, I wrote something about credibility a few years back, and I argued more or less the same thing, which is people know that mass media cannot possibly fulfill their normative expectations. And you know what? My article, the credibility one earlier, says that nobody thinks about credibility until they're primed. If you don't ask people if they trust media or how much does credibility weigh in their judgment, they'll give you an answer. 1 to 10, they'll probably give you a big fat 9 or 10. But they don't normally think about that at all. And if you don't believe me, test it on people you know around you, your roommates, your family members, friends. Just ask them this simple question. Give me 3 most important reasons that you use whatever media you use. And I'll bet you 100 to 1, nobody is going to say credibility is one of the criteria. I could bet you 1 to 100. So that's what I'm not really interested in confirming the gap, because I know there is a gap. But the interesting to me, or this is only the beginning, we're going to explore this much further before we submit it to a journal. I'm interested in the impact of this gap. Once you realize you have this gap, then now how do you look at media credibility? How do you look at fake news? That's another thing we're going to look at. And to what extent mental complexity, where information processing is only a part, a dimension of the larger concept of schemata, mental complexity. So that's basically a long answer to a short question. Sorry.
Thank you. So we have a question here.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. A quick one coming from, my name is Anilesh and I'm a first year PhD student and glad to hear you. So I've been a journalist and I can relate to a lot of things that you said, but still I have, one of the questions you already answered, but I think the issue of credibility, when you say that people, if you ask 100 people about the reasons behind watching news or consuming news, credibility might not appear as one of the factors. And I think it might be subjective because I have done a lot of coverage during pandemic last year in India, and before that I was covering the Delhi riots. And I do think that credibility is something that we cannot simply do away with. I think it's a very valid point. And credibility is something that people really look for, at least from India's perspective. And I think it matters because we have the largest number of news channels in the world. And even during the riots where I was covering, there were certain media organizations which were chased away by the people, by the victims, because they thought that whatever they were going to put out and they were, by the way, they were part of the mainstream media. So there was a section of media which was routinely chased by the people because they thought that the information that they were going to put out would eventually mislead or misinform the people. So credibility was a huge issue then. And I think it is growing, if anything. The second point I was trying to quickly make is, I'll probably leave it to that. So yeah, the credibility thing. So do you think it is a Hong Kong specific thing, or do you think that overall credibility doesn't matter? Because I think from the very practical experience that credibility does matter. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Credibility, I'm not going to elaborate here, but I'll just cut to the chase. In my argument, credibility is not non-existent. I coined the term dormant perception, dormant existence. It's like a volcano that the bubbling underneath is there, but it's sleeping, it's dormant. And in a survey or when you talk about people, how important is credibility to you? At that precise moment when they are primed, credibility will pop up and they will also be rated very high. So that's point one. Point two, when you give the example of an Indian press being kind of bashed or kicked or ill-mouthed by the people, I think they not only failed in credibility by giving like fake news, inaccurate or incomplete. It's none of that. I think they're not entertaining enough. So if you failed in one thing, well, you got to make up for it in somewhere else. Now, when we say credibility, point three is this: that when we pay a lot of attention to credibility, we are inadvertently legitimizing the credible mainstream media coverage. In other words, if a particular coverage by a particular press is deemed credible, then we should believe it, we should trust it, and we should use it. So that, to me, is a much more dangerous tendency than always harboring a deeply rooted skepticism. That is, any mass media, any press should not have a credibility, a full score in their credibility rating. That is much more dangerous than the mass media getting a credibility rating of 1, because otherwise the media, everybody's thinking, behavior, public opinion, emotional expression, everything would be at the mercy of that particular media. And we know no mass media, BBC, New York Times, People's Daily, Apple Daily, you name it, no mass media throughout human history should ever have that status or that power. So that's my main point. I'm not saying credibility is completely invalid. There's no point in looking at it. It's not that. Just to conclude, I think credibility, we should take great caution when we look at credibility, because look who's talking about it. Government, media, academia. Very, very few members of the public are talking about it. So that's my point.
Thank you. Hi, Professor and Angela. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask regarding the conversation about the credibility. Does it also play a role? Because from my experience, when I conducted around 42 interviews for my PhD thesis, I could see that many of them, especially politicians, high ranking, some of them were former ministers, they were saying about credibility, but it was not the same definition. You know, it was completely different from one another, what they were, you know, arguing about media and credibility. So, okay, it was not, you know, the focus of the study, but does it play a role also, you know, in their mind that it's actually not well defined what credibility means?
Okay, I think I agree with you and earlier, the point made by the person earlier, that we cannot discard the notion of credibility. But for me, without getting too deep into this, the bog of this argument, to me, what's more important than credibility in a society or in any society is diversity. Now, I'm a complete non-behavior. Actually, I could say I could raise a giant objection to the notion of objectivity. I'm a strong, zealous fighter of the notion of objectivity, not because mass media don't follow rules of objectivity, but because they cannot possibly do that, because it's impossible to be objective. Nobody can make a possible, even right now, you cannot make an objective statement. It's simply impossible. Facts are facts, and objective. But selection of facts is never objective. So the problem is not with stating facts. The problem really is selecting the facts. It's almost like you're holding a camera. Where are you pointing it? Right? Once you hit the button, you take the picture itself is a piece of fact. But what drove you, what motivated you to point your camera here? rather than there. So basically, that's I think credibility is not to be completely discarded, but I think we should have a more or less sober mind towards it, particularly in the sense that when it's very loudly promoted by the politicians, practitioners, and professors, then we ought to be particularly careful. Now, there's something hidden. There must be some hidden agenda here. They must be selling something, either rhetorically, propaganda, or profit, or advertising. Something hideous is behind the notion of credibility because it's associated with circulation, hit rate, and readership. And what do all these things mean in return? Profit. So we got to be a little bit careful here. Okay.
Okay, let's get started. So thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Xinzhi Zhang. I'm the assistant professor of the Department of Journalism at HKBU. Thank you, Rose, for organizing such a great colloquium. And this is our ongoing paper with my student, Ms. Gu Yitong, which is a postgraduate student in Master of Science in AIDM. Today, our topic is about health fact checkers in the pocket. Effects of message factors and privacy customization on the user experience of health mobile apps. As you can see from the title, there are at least two elements you can sense. First, we're talking about fact checkers. We talk about everything that related to message. Second thing is something we call in the pockets, because nowadays we don't receive our news from newspaper, or to be precise, the spreadsheet or the broadsheet newspaper or radio or television, but on something in our pockets, which is an app. So today we try to find out any factors that may be contributed to users' experience, users' engagement on such kind of apps. And today, I try to elaborate some of our theoretical reflections and some of our preliminary findings. But I have to make a confession here. I don't think our findings I mean, the data quality is conservative. So all the discussions I made in our presentation after the data results should be treated with caution. And also I try to elaborate some future lines of future directions of research. So in other words, this is our baby step. So the talk will be organized in 5 sectors from our motivation, from previous literature review, and what we have been doing in the past 2 months. So simply put, introduction-wise, we just have 1 motivation, 2 lines of study, and 1 method. We have a very simple motivation. Most of the time, when encountering some fake news or some messages we want to make a counter argument, we found these messages, or what we call debunking messages, may backfire, leading to people's negative evaluations of the fact-check message itself. So having said that, we want to know what are the factors that can influence the effectiveness of the debunking messages. But we want to add 1 more layer to this kind of arguments, which is in the context of platformized applications, that is, mobile apps, and we use apps hereafter. So the 2 theoretical routes or bodies of literature is, 1, we want to know the production of the messages, what kind of the message factors that can bring the most desirable outcomes. So we rely on some studies, on journalism studies, like the message should be coherent, should be traceable, or like Professor Steve Ball just mentioned, we try to provide diversified contents, being accountable. And the other things is we borrow literature from human-machine communication, which is the latest derivatives of human-computer interaction. And we study people's behaviors when machine and the platform, or these apps, are becoming the communicators rather than
a channel for you to know some new knowledge. I'll explain that later. Method-wise, we borrow the psychological approach and we run an online randomized experiment. And we try to test within different conditions how people behave differently. This is our introduction. So let's start with our literature review. First, let's come to the so-called message factor. So in the literature, there are many ways to write a piece of fact-check message. So particularly, I'm interested in the method for you to debunk a so-called false belief or a false message. There are two ways that have been reviewed by previous literature. One is deny, one is causal. By speaking of deny, we mean that we appeal to the facts, which is we just to deny the rumors and just spell out the correct fact. This is wrong. This is the fact. This is what we call deny. Another way is we call causal, which is also called to appeal to coherence, which means to correct misinformation by referring to the internal contradictions of the misinformation and providing an alternative causal relationship. In a meta-analysis did by Walther and Murphy, they argue that, they found that causal debunking is more effective than just simply presenting the facts. So they argue it is not enough to simply present them with the facts. In addition, a successful correction would also include a coherent explanation for how and why the false rumor started. Let me give you one example. This is a real case. We grabbed this piece of news from International Fact Check Network. There's a fake news, of course. They saw a pulse oximeter. It looked like this. You just click this little machine on your finger. It will tell you your pulse, your current oxygen volume in your blood. And then there's a news said this kind of machine can steal your fingerprint data. It stole all of your money, and your data is no longer the case. Of course, it's fake. But if you want to debunking this fake message, what can you do? We know this is fake. So there are at least two ways. First, you can just simply say a pulse oximeter cannot steal your finger data. This is one kind of deny. On the other thing, I can add one more layer. If you would like to collect people's fingerprint data, you need a biosensor or a biometer, this kind of devices. And this kind of devices is not possible to be installed on a machine like this. So in other words, if a pulse oximeter does not have this kind of biosensor, it is impossible to steal your fingerprint. So this is a causal denial. I give you the alternative causal linkage, and I tell you how this kind of false belief is developed. So if I add that part of message we call the causal denial, I think you may want to be more relaxed, not just to say a pulse oximeter will not steal your fingerprint data. So this is the two kinds of debunking methods we want to test whether there's a difference. Then let's come to the a part of the novelty of the study, which we talk about a health apps as a communicator. We know nowadays social media platforms and mobile apps are relying on data mining and AI algorithms to prioritize and sort the contents. In other words, what you read or what is put on in front of the screen may be promoted by an AI. Then this kind of problem emerges. Do we trust a machine author or AI recommender? Like this article is brought to you not by our human editors, but because of your previous browsing records, we know you, we use data to calculate what you may like, and this is a machine author, and the machine is very powerful, etc. So with that in mind, there is a question coming to play: the author attribution. What is our response to a human or machine author? So here there's a theory proposed by Sumner, who is a very important figure in computer-human interaction, called modality, agency, interactivity, and navigability. We call the main model. Guided by this model, it conceptualized that all the digital media are accompanied by a variety of features that shape how media are subsequently evaluated. In terms of the authorship of the article, there are two sides of the story. Some people believe that human authors are regarded to have more human interest and be more anthropomorphic. This is from the main model. They would argue there's a term called anthropomorphic. So you may like it, but on the other hand, people may argue that the machine author may be regarded to be biased and less biased. Human are biased and human are less credible because human, they cannot know the whole story. Machine authors, on the other hand, they are believed to be more accurate and less biased. But also you may think that the machines are less readable because they're just some numbers, they don't pick the correct numbers. So you can see there are different kinds of arguments related to the author attribution. So in terms of the previous research, people believe that the human authors are more anthropomorphic. And if you think that the news is more human flavored, you're more likely to trust it. This is one of our guess. So another factors we may want to put into play is on this kind of health apps, people can manage their personal data. Particularly is that we have the privacy concerns because we are worried that this kind of apps may store our data, in what time, under which post, to whom we put a like, we write something, or on what products we stay longer or we pay more. On the one thing, we think it is good because that will let our machine knows us better and gives us better knowledge, which coping with our favorites. Why not? But on the other hand, people think no, that is not acceptable because I'm afraid that my data will be used. So there is a concept also guided by the main model called the privacy customization, which means the users have the liberty to remove all the personal data, browsing data, comment data, like data on the machines. And previously, research argues that privacy customization may improve the user experience. And as you said in the quotation here, even the mere presence of customization features can have a positive effects on credibility perceptions of the media platform and content. So we also want to test whether this is the case. So, as a research colloquium and also as a self-reflection, this is an annual research activity. Actually, I try also to look back into the way that I have been working through in the past 5 years. Previously, I do have some research related investigating the effectiveness of health messages on social media platforms. And I believe that I always want to be better than yesterday's me, right? You can see previously I did do some research on the platforms, such as on the internet, on the social media, and on Twitter. And on the other hand, I also studied how the messages will influence people's behaviors. For example, I try to study people's health information-seeking behavior, people's knowledge about health literacy, people's psychological reactions to persuasion messages, or the reporter's visibility during a public health crisis. But what I did not do in this previous full study is, first, I never got a chance to test users' behavior in the app context. Secondly, I don't think that I incorporate the fact check or the debunking messages into my previous study. So with the help, with the collaboration of my students, Ms. Hu Yitong, I think we got a chance to look into that part. So I hope that I can bring more study based on even my own intellectual journey. So how to put everything together? We got messages, we got channels, we got privacy, customizations, we got credibility, we got users engagement. So I found there's a model called SOR, which is the stimulus, organism, and the responses. This is the model widely have been used to test people's responses to a system after they are exposed to some stimulus, some information arousal mechanisms. This kind of information arousals may give you some cognitive and affective status, and that kind of cognitive and affective status may lead you to do something. So in this current study, if we put contents and platforms differently, we can see this debunking method, the authorship, and the privacy customization would be the stimulus. This is something this machine granted to you. And the organism includes, as I said, the anthropomorphism, perceived content credibility, your trust towards the apps, your perceived usability of the apps. And in terms of the responses, you also have two levels. One is how do you engage with the article? Do you want to share with it? Do you want to put a like on it? Do you want to make some comments on it? And also your engagement of the apps. Do you think these apps is helpful? Do you think these apps provide you some useful information, etc., based on previous literature? So to be more precise, we can have 5 research hypotheses. For the time being, I will not read it through. I just want to test the above showed a linkage from the information arousal, such as the debunking message, the authorship, and the presence of customization, to your attitudes and affective evaluations to the messages and the apps. And in the H5 and H6, your attitudes toward the messages and the apps will lead you to your behavior related to the messages and the apps. And also, I am curious whether there will be an indirect effect of the message and channel factors on user engagement via the mediation of attitudes towards the messages and the apps. That can be graphically illustrated in the theoretical model in slide number 16. This is a very basic model, looks like this. So how to test this model? So I'm going to report the method in the next 5 minutes. So the design is an online post-test only experiment. Because we have 3 independent variables, we are doing a 2 by 2 by 2 factorial between subject design. So there are 3 factors, and each factors there are 2 levels. The first factor is the debunking message. We have denial versus causal. The second factor is called author attribution. We have two levels. One is the human editor. I mean, the text is the same, but it is bylined by a human editor versus a big data AI editor. The third factor is called privacy customization. The two levels is the customization is not enabled versus the customization is enabled. And the participants were randomly assigned to one of the above 8 experimental conditions. Why there will be 8? Because this is a fully factorial subject design, so 2 by 2 by 2, there will be 8. And the pilot test was conducted on early May, and the main study was conducted in the middle of the May 2021. Participants, we recruited 223 participants via all kinds of channels. Well, this is a convenient sample. We don't do any sampling procedure because this is a randomized experiment. So we tolerate these parts. And then about 192 completed all the questions. So the completion rate is 86%. So the majority of the participants are female, younger generation, and having a bachelor degree. And all the respondents are ethnically Chinese. So now come to the stimulus. I think this is something that even we don't have a very good result, you will see, but I think this is something that I learned a lot from this procedure. So to manipulate the debunking method, we read a lot of fact check reports certified by the IFCM, and we finally find one interesting story on the pulse oximeter, as you can see when I demonstrate this kind of literature. We mock up 2 articles. We edited the articles and make 2 conditions. One is denial. The oximeter will not collect your fingerprint, and one is causal. The oximeter will not collect your fingerprint because there's a causal alternatives. So to manipulate author attribution, that is very easy. We just use Photoshop. We just give the byline. One is because this article is brought to you by our human editor in Chinese. 有我们的小编，小编 is a little editor. Another is this article is brought to you by our AI and big data system. This is a systems behavior. To manipulate privacy customization, we modeled after the latest article published by John and Sandra last year. In that article, they built their own system on Alexia, and then they create a kind of system which can enable a lot of customization and personalization. So we also built a little prototype. And one condition is that the privacy setting is enabled, which means that the users have the options to delete their personal search records. Another is there's no such a setting. So here's the procedure. So first, we built a GitHub page. In this page, the users got their invitation link. And then when they clicked the starting link, we have the randomization. They are randomized into one of the 8 experimental conditions. Now what we told them is that we hide it, the real purpose of the study. We tell them this is a health apps. You are going to fully test this kind of apps and give us your feedback. This kind of practice is similar with previous study using political advertisement, using testing people's political decisions to hiding your true purpose of the study. And then we ask them to read all the articles and test all the functions. And after that, there will be a link direct them to the Qualtrics, and all the data are recorded in the Qualtrics and then analyze the data. So here's something interesting I'm going to show you. Thanks to my collaborator here. Can you see my screen? So where's the screen? Okay, you have to see this screen, my screen right here. Okay. Not this one, okay? So you can see on my mobile screen, we really built a prototype, which is movable. You can see there's an article. People can put a like here. Can you see the like? The red like, okay? And then in the next page, we built a setting page. In the setting page, people can have the liberty to delete their personal records. This is a button. Actually, this is just a front-end prototype. It doesn't record anything. But the users can play around with the buttons to feel like that they have this kind of liberty. And we don't record any data. But this is the first time that people can play around it in an authenticated way. So you can see there are other boxes, which is also the manipulation. For example, on the left-hand side, the upper part, this is the byline, human editor or AI. On the left-hand side, bottom angle, you can see this is our full article. We have a picture, the fingerprints, the issues. And on the right-hand side, it is the buttons, present versus not present. So here we have a lot of measurements. I won't read it one by one. We just want to borrow previous literatures to measure engagement of the news article, such as I will share this news article to my friends on social media. We measure their engagement with their mobile apps, such as whether you would like to be inspired by these apps. We also have some manipulation checks. We also we measure their perceived credibility of the news article informed by the paper by Ackerman and Sander. This is a kind of adjectives they would like to select. We measure anthropomorphism based on the study by Wardell. We have 4 questions. For the 2 evaluation of the apps, we borrow items from Cole and Sander and also Venkatesh. There are several items you can read here. I want to read them one by one. Here is the results. So this is the descriptive results for the time being. I just want to show this picture to show that this is the exact question wordings and the basic statistics of each of the items. You can see engagement of messages, there are 6 items. Engagement of apps, there are 5 items. In terms of the content credibility and trust of the apps, they have 8 and 10 items respectively. In terms of the anthropomorphism, we got 4 items. In terms of the perceived usability, we have the 4 items. It's all presented here. So now it's time for us to estimate this model to test our hypotheses and address our research questions. So to test this hypothesis, we use structural equational modeling with the Laven package in R. Laven means latent analysis of variables. What do we mean by latent? Because all the constructs, we treat them as latent variables. Those are the mediators and dependent variables. The model was specified according to the theoretical framework like this, and the model was estimated using maximum likelihood estimator. So this slide tries to show the measurement model, which is circled in print rectangles, and the regressional model, which is shown in the orange rectangle. We also set the correlations of some of the endogenous variables. Well, I have skipped that part. What I mean here is, for example, for Q4 means anthropomorphism. This latent variable was regressed on the 4 items. Question number 4, you can see here. Where's the question number 4? Question number 4 here. Okay. So just show you, okay, for each latent of variables, we have a factor loadings. This will make our model more robust. So the initial estimation of the model is look like this. I have to say the model fits poorly because if we use Hu and Bentley's criteria, the CLI, TLI, Ramsey, and SRM are all, below the borderline. And most of the tests are not significant at all. So then I tried to revise the model or re-estimate the model. For example, I tried to remove all the insignificant passes. I also tried to remove some of the covariates. And I think this is currently is the best model I can have. But still, if you're using Hu and Bentley criteria, I don't think that it meets the borderline. Even that is the case, I think some of the findings is worth attention, and I think it is meaningful to present it as a preliminary study because I think we can redo our experiments. I will address that later. But I think the most important thing is this kind of attemptation. What we can learn from these results? First, privacy customization leads to more perceived usability, and then it is the perceived usability give you message engagement as well as the app engagement. Authorship doesn't play a role. Your method of debunking also don't play a very important role, although there's a direct relationship between causal debunking and the message engagement. But what we can see here, all the significant tests are all about the system. Privacy customization, perceived usability. We don't care much about the content. We care about how the system is developed, how the system gives us the liberty to do something we want. We want to curate, we want to manage ourselves. So some quick discussion. Having set the poor, less satisfactory model fit, but still I want to have some reflections here or self-criticism. We found both users' behavior engagement and apps are better predicted by channel factors than message factors. And particularly privacy customization seems to play a more important role than the 2 message factors, how false statement is being debunked, or whether the author is a human or a robotic writer. The effects of privacy customization on user engagement are mediated by the trust, but the trust is not about the article, it's about the system. So it seems that medium is the message may also work here in an age of platformization, when portable apps are the major channel to disseminate all types of digital media messages, including health fact-checking messages. So further study reminds us the trustable AI may also have a positive spillover effect to users' evaluation of the contents. System have spillover effects of the contents. Let me repeat. So what is the contribution finally? I think the contribution is to the literature on how people perceive and engage with the fact-checking messages as a metrics of the message effectiveness in the content of digital media platforms. The novelty is that we integrated the message factors with the channel factors, and we implement everything on an app's prototype, increasing the external validity. But we have the limitation. Why the model is that poor? First, it is underpowered. We only got 190 valid responses, which cannot hold 8 factors. Secondly, we re-investigate everything. we found most of the previous study using an app as the experiment design is that they are doing in an offline setting. The researchers can guide everything, and then we are doing online. So further directions as we would like to implement another round of study in the summer. We want to use more rigid design, and especially we will do everything in an offline setting in a laboratory, which can make a better dialogue of the previous research. So I'm sorry for not being a more informative study, but I think I do learn a lot from this procedure, and also I welcome your suggestions and criticisms, and I also welcome all the scholars, students. If you are interested in doing human-machine communication, I'm very happy to listen to your contributions. Thank you very much. 1 minute.
Okay, questions? People on Zoom, questions for Xinzhi for study? Okay, so if no, let's continue because you just use your 30 minutes. Okay, so then so you can use your 30 minutes to do your presentation, or you can have 10 minutes for Q&A.
Hi, my project title is Fact Checks on Social Media, Facebook users' reactions to questions to misinformation versus disinformation, citizen versus professional fake news, and soft versus hard fake news. So actually the reason why I conduct this study is because Ding Hong developed a theoretical model of fake news, I think 2 years ago, and he asked me to contribute something. So I make use of his preliminary models and several news features and fake news features to study fact checks on social media. Right. And Jay was the RA who was hired by Ding Hong to help us to code and data analyze the data. So because of the negative influence of the production and distribution of fake news on social media, generalistic values of objectivity and credibility, those Western generalistic ideology have been challenged and threatened. So to debug fake news, there are so many fact-checking organizations globally over in recent years, and actually over the past 2 or 3 years, academically speaking, there are a large corpus of fact-check empirical studies, and to our limited knowledge, there are only a few of them study the citizens' reactions to fact checks on social media. So we intend to fill in this literature gap. And definition, fact checking is the actual application of systematic evaluations of the accuracy and validity of statements made by officials to track whether a statement is accurate or not. And this movement started in the US 20 years ago, aiming to track the accuracy of political advertising gains, and particularly those US participants. But recently, this is a global issue that there are 300 active fact-checking organizations. And different from the traditional journalism that intends to rule out the inaccuracy in reporting, the purposes of fact-checking include educating the citizens and encouraging civil engagement, the Western journalistic ideology, and also improving journalism. Okay, so we focused on studying users' reactions to fact checks on social media. It is because those news stories and fact checks, fake news and fact checks can be propagated to numerous audience on social media. So because of the great influence, we are interested in their reactions, like, shares, and comment. And within the selective media effects paradigm, particularly the user segmentation approach, media users are not only the passive message receivers, but they are the active media users who actively engage in the news producing process. So those professional journalists, they are no longer the sole gatekeepers, but the social media users, individual citizens, they are the secondary gatekeepers, or we can call them gate watchers, who actively select, click, and comment on journalistic sources and share the sources with their social media friends and followers. Okay, actually, because of the exploratory nature of this study, we only raise research questions. Okay, the first one, any difference between Facebook users' reactions to corrections to disinformation and misinformation? Okay, there are actually, scholars have different definitions, conceptualizations, and classifications of fake news. And here we use this misinformation versus disinformation conceptualization. So misinformation refers to the unintentional mistakes. They are not intended to deceive, like parody, satire, or the careless mistakes they are made by the professional journalist. And on the other hand, misinformation refers to fabricated and those manipulated news contents and contents that are intended to receive political and financial gains. Okay, so as I said, because of the exploratory nature of this study, actually we cannot identify the theoretical framework to guide us to propose a hypothesis. So our prediction relies on the research on audience trust in news media. So we found that previous study showed that individuals tend to react to news sources they trust and perceive as credible. So following this logic, we predict that Facebook users may be more likely to react to less credible disinformation than misinformation. Okay, that's our first research question. And the second research question, any difference between corrections to citizen fake news and professional fake news? And again, we rely on the research on audience trust in news media. So empirically, research has demonstrated that individuals actually they are more likely to trust and think professional news sources are more credible than the non-professional news source. So they are more likely to trust the professional news, and they are less likely to trust those less credible citizen fake news. So citizen fake news actually, most of us are journalism students and scholars. So basically, they are the news products that are produced by those non-professionals or random citizens, particularly because of the internet and social media platforms. We can easily, all of us can easily produce and distribute those products on the internet easily. And on the other hand, professional news refers to the like a professional journalism, like our students. They are trained by our professional journalists, and also they value of journalistic objectivity. They have a sense of legitimacy and ethics. Okay, so they are more credible, and because they are more likely to trust those professional news, we have this research question. And next, research question 3, and so they are more tolerant of professional unintentional mistakes than those non-professional intentional fabrications or manipulations. So we guess they are more likely to react to corrections to citizen disinformation than professional misinformation. Okay, finally, the difference between soft fake news and hard fake news. So for the definition of fake news, that those news stories that they used the emotional or sensational appeal to attract the audience attention, like the celebrities, entertainment, okay, and also the disasters. Those they are defined as soft news. stories, and also in contrast, hard news. They are the serious political and social issues or events. Okay, and okay, so actually we can only find that people are more likely to pay attention to soft news. Okay, because I just said because of their emotional and sensational appeal to attract their attention. So, but of course, it doesn't mean that they are more likely to react to corrections to soft news. Okay, and okay, so what does it mean by here? What does it mean by citizen fake news? Is that actually we collect the data from a fact check Facebook page, and they identify those fake news stories, and then fact check those fake messages, and then we conceptually code those news items, whether this is a citizen news or professional news, then we then conceptualize or categorize them as citizen fake news, professional fake news, and so on and so forth. Okay, method. We collect our data from a Hong Kong fact-checking Facebook page, Colloquium Media. We, based on our knowledge, it is the most popular fact-checking Facebook page in Hong Kong. And we collect all posters from January 2019 to March 2020. Finally, we collect 482 posters. And actually, the administrators of this Facebook page, they kindly provide all the raw data, so we didn't need to collect the core data by ourselves. Actually, the RA Jade said that Raymond helped, because without Raymond, I think they did not provide the raw data to us. So thank you, Raymond. So then the RA was changed to code and content analyze the data. And to enhance the validity, we construct 30% of the posters, and then high reliability, inter-ranker reliability, okay, coding was justifiable. Finally, all the disagreements were discussed and resolved. Okay, independent variables. So actually, by referring to the previous definitions, conceptualizations, and classifications of the three fake news features of news features, we coded them accordingly, the IVs accordingly. But because of the time limit, I'm not going to talk about the details. If you want to know more, I can explain more later. Okay, because I just conceptually talk about them. Okay, as I said, because we directly receive their raw data, so we get some indexes that if we cannot obtain, if we call the data by ourselves, like this lifetime engaged users. It is the number of unique users who engaged in certain ways with posts, page posts, such as liking, sharing, commenting, or clicking upon particular elements of the post. And also other DVs, likes, shares, and comments. Okay, and as you can see, because those DVs were not normally distributed, they were over dispersed. So they were pressure distributed. So we did not conduct the traditionally used regression, linear regression with maximum likelihood estimation. Instead, we adopt the negative binomial regression, binomial regressions for estimation in order to generate robust results by using the R package mass. Right. So we got the IRR, incidence rate ratios. So basically speaking, just similar to other odds ratios. So IRR larger than 1 indicates a positive association, and IRR smaller than 1 indicates a negative association. Okay, I provide the summary of the results. Okay, so posters on corrections to disinformation attract more likes, shares, and engaged users than corrections to misinformation. And then corrections to citizen fake news attract more likes than corrections to professional fake news. So it is consistent with the previous research on the audience trust in news media, that they are more likely to react to those more credible news source So they are more likely to react to, following this logic, they are more likely to react to the corrections to less credible source. Okay, so this is the most the relevant theoretical framework that we can identify. But if you have a framework, please tell us. Okay, then because they are more tolerant of the professional and careless mistakes, so they were less likely to like the corrections to professional mistakes than the corrections to disinformations. Those fabrications and manipulations that are intended to get financial and political gains. So finally, soft hard news reduced the hours of likes, shares, comments, and engaged users. So interestingly, they are attracted to watch, to react to those soft news. And here, they are also more likely to react to the corrections to soft hard news than soft fake news than hard fake news. Right. This is an interesting finding. So after I present the findings and the results, you may have this question: why we conduct this study? The significance of this study, because we believe that our findings may offer social and practical implications. Okay, and we found that approximately 80% of them were disinformation versus 20% misinformation, and 90% citizen fake news versus 10% professional fake news, and finally, they are solved on average 3.66 over 12. So practically speaking, fact-checking journalists could use the available detection algorithms and programs to detect fake news on social media. And although I'm not a computer scientist, I conduct a literature search, and I found that those computer scientists argued that more attempts are needed to further improve the necessary robustness of detection to execute a reliable verification of information. So we believe that our findings may improve the algorithmic fake news detection. If computer scientists will have questions, you can ask me later. Those algorithms that are based on the contents and also the sentiment analysis, supervised or unsupervised of the contents, should be weighted towards those sensational fake news that are created by the non-professionals or random citizens who that are intended to receive political or financial gains. Right. So of course, there are some limitations. We only collect data from one Hong Kong fact-checking Facebook page, and we were unsure how the Facebook algorithm exactly works and how it would affect our results. And like all other social media analysis, we can only analyze the posts and associated reactions on a fact-checking Facebook page. So we can only figure out the correlations, but we cannot capture the causal relationship. So future studies should conduct an experiment. And finally, like we just discussed, that actually we did not explicitly measure perceived credibility. Actually, this is the limitation of the online, social media analysis or the content analysis. And actually, just CK just mentioned the limitation of survey. Actually, we can make use of survey to capture the perceived or measure the perceived credibility. And like all other methods, actually each method has its advantages and disadvantages. So here for the social media analysis, we can capture the observational digital footprint, right? But for the latent psychological constructs of the observable behavior, actual behaviors, we have to conduct experiments to pick out causal relationships and also the latent psychological construct like perceived credibility. But there are other issues. So thank you.
Okay, so questions here and online.
Hi, thank you for the interesting study. May I know how you collect the data from the Colloquium tool? You scrape it or you use some API?
Yes, as I said, thanks for waiting. The RA actually directly asked the administrators of the Colloquium page, and they kindly provide all the raw data. So we didn't need to collect the data by ourselves, and we got the data that I just mentioned, the index, okay, user engagement index, that we are not able to get it if we port the data out.
So you mentioned the robustness of detecting the information, right? So how do you define the robustness?
Yeah, actually, I have to tell you again, I'm not a computer scientist. So, but I read the relevant literatures or the conference papers, conference proceedings that are written by the computer scientists, and they actually because of the Dean Pong's previous project, we reviewed those literature and those computer scientists, as I said, they mentioned in their conference proceeding that actually they developed many algorithms, fake news detection algorithms. But and also I also tried those algorithms, but some of them currently are not available, maybe because of the low validity or some other issues. So because to encode to their recommendations. So because they are computer scientists, they are not journalists like us, like our scholars in our school. So they may not develop the algorithms from a journalism perspective, because we are now talking about debugging the news. So I believe so that's what the school, or actually the whole university, is now emphasizing, that the interdisciplinary collaboration or multidisciplinary work. So I believe this may provide little recommendation or suggestion to develop the algorithm. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments. Yeah, so how to say? So let's collaborate. Okay.
I think it's a very interesting study, and because we have many fact-check centers in Hong Kong as well as in the world, you just single out these 200 right fact-check centers globally. Well, I just wonder, different fact-check centers, they may attract different kinds of users. For example, for Colloquium, and maybe Hong Kong should use AnyLab. Yeah, so AnyLab maybe attracts a lot of English users, and Colloquium maybe a lot of Cantonese users, or even they have different political stand. Yeah, so and then different fact-check centers, when we study their users' experience, so then maybe we have to pay attention to their differences. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for your comment. Actually, as I mentioned in the limitation section, I only conduct this Colloquium media Facebook page. And whether this is a biased organization, I would say that this is actually an NGO. And I would say this is a rather
This is just
volunteers.
Five volunteer members.
Some volunteers, yes. Actually, I knew it.
They are very passionate.
Yes, passionate volunteers. Okay, they are the professional journalists.
Yeah.
And I would say not that biased. That this issue is not significant, I would say, because as I said, actually I didn't provide the examples, but as I said, there are some categories, combinations of the categories like professional misinformation and professional disinformation, and they actually identified, captured some mistakes, careless mistake that were made by the reporters of the Apple Daily and also other news organizations in Hong Kong. But of course, because of the nature and the features of social media platforms. So they actually, the mistakes has were propagated to a lot of audience before they correct the mistakes. So I think, of course, this is an issue, and yes, maybe more empirical studies or empirical data or empirical studies are needed.
Can you expand it? Also, because we have the Hong Kong EU Fashion Center, and we can compare. Can compare. We also have the raw data, right? Yeah. So then.
Not that many yet.
Okay.
Yes, as I said, this actually because Deep Hong asked me to contribute something. This is part of his project, actually.
Okay, yeah, I think it's interesting. We get more and then compare, right? So that would be interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we almost reached the end, right? So first thing first, thank you for Rose for organizing this fantastic academia event, and I really learned a lot. I really appreciate this event. I learned a lot from the colleagues. Yes, thank you very much. So this is Yu Peng Li. Ivan. I'm currently an assistant professor in the Department of Journalism. And I will talk about robustness in a very specific way. And I'm not sure whether this robustness is the robustness that Dr. Wu mentioned. And basically, I would look into some data issues. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about robust online machine learning against malicious manipulation, and to be precise, malicious data manipulation. And this talk is based on our the recent works with wonderful co-authors, Professor Bellam from University of Toronto and Aditi Tiskadam from Thales Communications. And the works has been accepted by HKBU Journal on Selected Areas in Communications and HKBU Infocom this year. So let's get started. Oops. So before we look into the research problem, so let's first experience the nature of the research problem we're going to look into today, okay? So we all heard of many successful stories of data, right? Data can change our lives. Data can get you a job, and data can even help you find your girlfriend and boyfriend, right? And we have to admit that the success of data relies a lot on the AI, the promising AI techniques, or to be precise, the machine learning algorithms. Right. But what if the data becomes real? In the sense that if the data is controlled by some malicious data generators. So are the machine learning algorithms still effective? So today's talk, we'll first look into the malicious behavior of the data generators. We'll further analyze this kind of malicious behavior, and then we try to propose a solution framework to counter this kind of malicious behavior. So this is the nature of today's the research problem we'll look into today. Okay. So there are many machine learning tasks, and today we'll mainly focus on the data classification. And we argue that with limited tailor-made modification, the results that we're going to talk today can be extended to some other machine learning tasks, for example, the regression and the clustering, okay? So first, let's look into the pipeline of data classification. So we're given a bunch of data, and basically a bunch of data samples, and each data sample is defined with some features, okay, in the form of feature vector or feature matrix. And the classifier can observe the presented features of the data samples and then classify each data samples into certain outcomes. So the outcomes will depend on the applications of the classification, okay? So for example, later we will look into the application of traffic classification conducted by the internet service provider. Then the outcomes can be a certain quality of service level, the QoS level. And in the application of fake news detection, then the outcomes are basically the veracity of the corresponding news, okay? But So this pipeline ignore very important entity, the data generator. And in practice, the data generators can be malicious in the sense that the malicious data generators may manipulate the data to gain the classifier, or to be precise, to gain the machine learning algorithm in order to increase the likelihood of being classified to certain outcomes. Right. For example, the fake news generator, the malicious fake news generator may manipulate on purpose of the fake news. And then the purpose for doing this is to increase the likelihood to evade the detection from the fake news detector. So there is some studies on this kind of issue. After literature review, we find out all of the existing studies, they do not provide performance guarantee result. That implies that for some cases, the proposed classification, the proposed solution can have very bad performance. And some of them, they propose a solution that requires detection or early detection of malicious data before classification. But this is costly in terms of the consuming time. Okay, in practice, data come and go. We cannot wait. You cannot wait until the detection result to classify them. Okay. And last but not least, most of the existing studies, they consider the offline setting of this problem. By offline, I mean they assume the full information of all the data before classification, okay, at the very beginning. So this corresponds to the case that, for example, we want to do the fake news detection, then today we know the information, know the knowledge of the news that on 1 week later. So that's impractical, right? The limitation of these studies correspond to the research gap. They want to close. Okay. So before we look into the proposed solution framework, so let's first look into what is the malicious generator will do, and what are the negative effects. So basically, we'll look into this malicious manipulation behavior. So let's consider a toy example to experience these negative effects of malicious behavior. So in this example, there are 20 data samples, and each data sample is represented by a node on this two-dimensional plane, as you can see on the slide. And the position of each node represents the features of the corresponding data samples. Okay? And there are two classes of the data samples: the yellow data sample and the red data samples. Okay. And in practice, the classification task will be conducted in the following way. So the classifier, the algorithm, can only observe the presented features, which are actually the position of the nodes. Okay. And then based on some empirical data, then we can train a classifier, and then we can perform the inference to further classify the data into certain classes. So for example, we can have a well-trained classifier represented by this line. And this classifier says that the data samples on the left-hand side are the yellow data samples. And the data samples on the right-hand side are the red data samples. Okay. And then we can compare with the chooseful label, the chooseful classes of the data samples. Then we can then we know that the performance of this classifier, this very simple classifier, can have an accuracy of 80%. Why this is 80%? Because in total there are 20 data samples, and only 4 of them are misclassified. So the accuracy is 80%. Right? So let's look into the malicious behavior. So suppose the red data are controlled by some malicious data generators, and the red malicious data generators will manipulate data, basically the data features in this way. Okay. So then the classification, the classification accuracy with the same classifier would jump from 80% to only 65%. So this is a huge jump, right? So this implies that we need a robust model to counter this kind of malicious data manipulation. So in this work, we proposed, we considered the online version of data classification. The reasons are the following. The first, data are generated over time, as I just said. So in the application of fake news detection, the news is generated over time, like on the fly. And secondly, about the malicious behavior, the malicious data generators may manipulate the features to best respond to the latest observed model. So it would be better to update the classification model on the fly, to adapt and counter this kind of malicious behavior. So instead of considering offline version, so let's recall what do I mean by offline? Offline means that we assume the classification algorithm knows the information of all the data at the very beginning before classification. Okay. Instead of this, we consider online version of data classification, which is more practical. So here's the framework of online data classification. So at each run, first, the machine learning algorithm will first decide a classification model to commit to. Okay, and after the specific classification model is committed to, then a data sample arrives. The data sample can be either a normal data samples or a malicious data sample, corresponding to the normal data generator or the malicious data generators. Okay, so if the data sample is generated from a normal data generator, then the presented feature is the same as the original data features. But if the data samples are generated by the malicious data generators, then the data features may be different. The presented data features may be different from the original truthful data, the data features. Okay. So by observing the presented data features, the machine learning algorithm will use the decided classification to assign a predicted label to the corresponding data features. And then after a while, the machine learning algorithm can receive the feedback. For example, after some time, the machine learning algorithm can figure out the truthful label of the corresponding data samples. And then we use this kind of feedback information to update the classification model to be used in the next run. So this is the framework of online data classification. So until now, it has nothing to do with the robust, okay? And our aim is to have a robust algorithm and with high accuracy. So we argue that this is very challenging. So why? Because first, again, we consider online setting of this problem. And by online, we assume the information of each data sample is known only at their arrivals. Okay. So we don't know the information of subsequent data samples. Okay. And secondly, malicious manipulation best respond to the model. Okay. So the very interesting and challenging part of this problem is that the malicious behavior will always act after the classification model is committed. Okay. And thirdly, the feedback of the true label is delayed. So we cannot have instant feedback and then to update the model in time. So these are three main challenges to tackle this problem. So we propose a solution framework for robust online learning. So the pipeline is the same as I just mentioned for the online data classification. And the most challenging part, so this is just a framework. So there are a lot of technical detail that we need to tackle. Okay, so the most challenging part is to figure out the interaction between the data generators in particular, the malicious data generators and the classifier or the machine learning algorithm. And very luckily, we find out such interaction can be characterized with the stackable game in game theory, with an n+1 player stackable game. And in this game, there are n followers and there are one leader. So the standard stackable game contains two players. One of the players is called a leader, who will act first, and the other player is called follower, who will always fast respond to the leader who acts first. Okay. Very luckily, we can solve this game. That means we can figure out the interaction between the the data generator and the classifier. And after solving this game, we can use the result, the solution of this game, and together with the delayed feedback to design a cost function, which is used to update the classification model in the subsequent ones. Okay. So basically, this is the proposed solution framework of robust online learning to counter the malicious behavior. So there are a few practical issues that we need to concern about. First, we observe that from the practical application, for example, traffic flow classification application, we find out the data generator, for the data generator, observing the classification model takes time. So in response, we assume there is some delay of observing the classification model. And if the delay of observing model is greater than 0, then we call such data generator as non-Chi-White data generator. And if the delay of observing model equals to 0, then we call such data generator as a Chi-White data generator. And we may find that the Chi-White data generator is more powerful than the non-Chi-White data generator because such a Chi-White data generator knows the latest classification model. Okay. And second, the second issue is that for the classifier, as I mentioned in previous slides, detecting the true label takes time. So in response, we assume that there is some delay of feedback for the classifier to observe the useful feedback. Okay. So in here, I make in general 2 assumptions, and by making these 2 assumptions, we argue that this model is general in the sense that, for example, if there's no delay, then basically this parameter characterize the delay of feedback equals to 0. If there is delay, then this parameter is greater than 0. Okay. So this is general setting. So we do some theoretical performance analysis of the proposed solution framework. And the performance metric we use here is called regret, which is defined as the difference between the performance of the algorithm and the performance of an optimal in hindsight. By in hindsight, I mean that this imagined baseline knows all the information, okay? And then with this full information, this optimal classifier can best respond, can decide the classification model to best respond to these data samples. Okay. We design 2 specific robust online classification algorithms with non-Chi-White malicious data generators and Chi-White malicious data generators, respectively. We term these 2 algorithms as ROLCNC and RLCC. Okay. So here's our theoretical result. So under mild assumption and with a certain tunable parameter, the step size, both algorithm has a sublinear regret. So if you are not familiar with this sublinear term, so basically the key takeaway here is that if we have a sublinear regret, then the regret will vanish over time. That implies that the performance of the proposed algorithm gets closer and closer to the optimum over time. Okay, so basically this is our theoretical result. So this is pretty much our the proposed solution framework. So in terms of this algorithm has some applications. So the first application is anti-click fraud. So click fraud is a type of fraud that occurs on the internet in pay-per-click, the PPC online advertising, for example, the Google ads. And the formal name is Google AdWords. Okay. So click fraud leverages a single computer or botnet to drive fake or undesirable impressions and clicks. So here I try to relate the entity in this application to the research problem that we look into in previous slides. So basically, the click fraud is the malicious data generator. Okay. And the online advertising platform will use the classifier to try to anti this kind of against this kind of click fraud. So this is the first application. And the second application is to countering the commerce reputation manipulation. So reputation systems offer a means for users to give feedback on the product and its sellers. For example, the Amazon and Taobao. So there are some insincere sellers who have attempted to subvert the reputation systems using opinion stamp and artificial ratings, among others. And in Chinese, they're called Shadan. Okay. So there are even the so-called seller reputation acceleration markets, the SRE markets. Okay. So in this application, these kind of insincere sellers are actually the malicious data generators, and we want to counter this kind of malicious behavior. And third application is anti-crawler. So a crawler or a spider is an internet bot that systematically browses the World Web, typically operated by search engines for the purpose of web indexing. And the website anti-crawler is a protection policy against crawlers on the corresponding website. So it's very clear in this application, the crawler is the malicious data generator, and the website anti-crawler is it's a potential user of our proposed solution framework. And so we argue that these are just some potential applications. Okay, honestly, we haven't really applied our algorithm in the real world applications, but we argue that with limited tailor-made modification of the specific algorithm that we proposed, two algorithms we proposed in previous slides, then we can apply the idea of our algorithm to solve this kind of the problems in these real world applications. So the fourth application that we really apply our proposed solution framework into. Okay, so the fourth application is called a network flow classification. So network flow classification is crucial for the network resource management of internet service providers. For example, CMHK, right? So it's especially for improving the quality of service, the QoS. And here's an example. So if we don't have a good network flow classification mechanism, then we may then the user may suffer from bad quality of video streaming. For example, the jitter effect, corresponding to the left image. And if we have good network flow classification, then we can have good quality of video streaming. So that's why we have to classify the network flows in a good way. So in here, the flows are basically contains a bunch of data packets. They're running in our communication networks provided by, for example, CMHK. Okay, so this is the definition of the network flow. So in this example, we find that there exists such malicious flow generators. So the malicious flow generators actually will manipulate the flow features and to gain the network flow classifier. And the purpose for doing this is to increase the likelihood of being classified to certain QoS levels. For example, so there may be at least two QoS levels: the delay sensitive and delay tolerant. Right? And for the delay tolerant, application, and the corresponding malicious flow generators may manipulate the flow features. And after doing this, they may increase the likelihood of being classified to delay sensitive, so that they can enjoy more network resource. Right. So this is the purpose. This is motivation for them to manipulate the flows. So we apply our proposed solution framework to the application of network flow classification, and we do some experiments. We collect some real data traces, and the data traces basically contains 9,200 of data points, and each data point corresponds to a flow, and each flow contains a bunch of data packets. Okay. And we do some pre-processing. Basically, we extract, we do the feature engineering. We extract the useful features, and we assign the label. Basically, we assign the QoS level of corresponding flows. And to evaluate the performance of our proposed solution framework, we consider some commonly acceptable baselines corresponding to the offline optimum. Okay, again, by offline, I mean we assume this kind of oracle knows everything. Okay, knows everything about the data. And in contrast, our algorithm does not know the information of the subsequent flows. It will tackle the data samples on the fly. Okay. So we compare with this kind of offline baselines, and performance metrics we consider are basically error rate or the accuracy. And for the loss function, we consider the commonly used the hinge loss and cross entropy loss. And here we argue that so we can further improve the performance of the proposed algorithm by further tune or find a better loss function or tune some parameters. But in here we just follow we just use the most popular ones. Okay. The main purpose for doing this is to we can in this way we can easily transform the existing algorithm to a robust one. So this is the main purpose for using these popular parameters and settings. So here's the result. Here are some selected results. This is the trend. This is the evolution of the cost value and the accuracy in the F1 score. Okay, over time. Okay, we can see that using both of the algorithm and with randomly picked experiment setting, you can find that the accuracy and F1 score can converge very quickly to a very good level. the accuracy is above 90%. Okay, so this is really good accuracy. And we also do some sensitivity analysis. We analyze the impact of important parameters, for example, delay of feedback and the manipulation costs. Okay. So to summarize, in this work, we consider robust online machine learning against malicious manipulation. And we identify data generators may maliciously manipulate data features to gain the classifier. And we propose a solution framework, which is called the robust online learning against malicious manipulation. And there are some practical issues that are characterized in this solution framework. So first, the feedback of the true labels may be delayed. And second, depending on the delay of observing the classification model stemming from the side of the data generator, we consider the non-Chi-1 data generator, as well as the Chi-1 data generator. And last but not least, the proposed solution framework have provable performance guarantee. This is evident via the regret analysis. And we also look into some real-world potential application of the proposed solution framework. And we apply the solution framework in one of the application to network flow classification. And we do extensive experiments on real-world data traces, which shows good performance of the proposed solution framework. And here are the references. So our work are accepted by JSAC and InfoComm, as I mentioned. And I really appreciate the wonderful calls, Professor Bennett and Arlene Tiskana. So this is pretty much of today's talk. So thank you very much.
Sorry, I got lost. Colleague.
I'm sorry that this is a bit rushed, right?
And people online or interested in this topic. Yeah, you're computer expert. Yeah, yeah.
Since you were discussing, we learned about the collaboration. Maybe you can think about an application to fake news, maybe for generators of fake news that try to avoid the classification as fake. Okay, manipulating, I don't know, text features.
Yeah, so we do think of the fake news application, but it's a little bit different from what we are currently doing. So if we want to apply this solution framework, the corresponding context should be that the fake news generator has some knowledge of the fake news detector. It hasn't to be the AI oriented fake news detector. It can be human-based fake news detector. And with this information, then the fake news generator can further manipulate in a very smart way, manipulate the news in a smarter way, and in order to evade the detection of the fake news detector. Yeah. So in this context, it's possible to apply the solution framework. Okay. And obviously, if we want to apply the solution framework into the real world application, we do need some tailor-made modification of the technical details. Yeah. And we can discuss this later.
Great, thank you for sharing us the applications. I guess I only understand the application cases. I don't understand the formula parts. But let me ask the question this way, because you talk about two applications, number 2 and number 3. In Chinese, we call 刷单, you mean the, no, sorry, 1 and 2. One is the fake click, generate a lot of fake clicks.
Click fraud.
Yeah, click fraud.
Right.
Another is about, I think it's a similar kind of case, is the maliciously produce some user engagement.
Exactly.
So although I don't know the mechanism, but what I read from the journalism literature is that some newsrooms may use the number of click-through rate or the number of engagement as the KPI for the reporters or for the visibility or for the post popularity. So if you are the machine learning experts, if there are some advice to the news editors, what will be the story? Because I think we don't have the capacity to develop an algorithm to detect this kind of malicious attack. But as journalism or storytellers, we can know there's this kind of risk. Am I understanding your case correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so what will be your suggestion or practical implications for our journalist school or practitioners or tell our students?
Right. So this is really a good question. So first thing first, I'm not an expert in journalism, but the first advice, based on the study of these problems, is to try to figure out the utility gain from those news generators. I mean, what are their KPIs? What the reporters' KPI? And this is the first step. And with this, after this step, I think we can have a better understanding of what's the possible way for them to manipulate the what is called the news, right? The news or the corresponding like I don't know the KPI values, right? And then with this understanding, we can better like counter this kind of effect. So this is not advice. It's just my maybe my comments, right? Does that make sense?
Okay, so there is a question in the chat room. I think you might be already answered that to follow, but I think maybe you can talk it about more. It's about how detect the fake news. I think that's the question for you, right?
All right.
Yeah.
I think yeah.
Yeah, you
I have responded.
Yeah, you have responded to that, right?
Right.
So, okay.
Okay.
So if we don't have any further questions, thank you so much, my colleagues and all the participants here and online. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah, thank you so much. And we will do it again next year. Yeah. Colleagues, so you can next year can see some collaborations between the colleagues. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you.
organizing.
Thank you for your ideas. We just carried on. Okay, thank you.